Thank you for listening to our audiobooks. We do our best to regularly upload quality books with clear narrations. Please subscribe to our channel and click the notification bell icon so we can bring you more great books. Thank you very much and enjoy your audiobook.
Chapter 20. Early in the morning, with the sun low behind the trees and dew still wet on the grass, Graith the woodcutter took Eyeless to Madling Meadow. He indicated a low mound on which grew a small gnarled oak. "That is Thripsy She. To mortal eyes it looks like very little, but long ago, when I was young and rash, I stole here through the woods of a midsummer's eve, when the fairies do not trouble to dissemble, and where you now see hummocks of turf and an old tree, I saw pavilions of silk and 1,000,000 fairy lamps and towers rising one on the other. The fairies ordered musicians for a pavan, and the music began. I felt that I must run out and join them, but I knew that if I danced so much as one step on fairy sward, I must dance without surcease the rest of my life. So I put my hands over my ears and went staggering away like a man bereft." Eyeless searched Madling Meadow. He heard bird calls and tinkles, which might have been laughter. He walked 3 steps out into the meadow. "Fairies, I pray you listen to me. I am Eyeless, and the boy Drun is my son. Will someone please come talk to me?" Silence fell across Madling Meadow, except for what might have been another bird call. Near the mound, lupins and larkspur jerked and bobbed, though the morning air was calm. Graith pulled at his sleeve. "Come away. They are preparing mischief. If they wished to talk to you, they would have done so at once. Now they are plotting harm. Come away, before you suffer their tricks." The 2 returned through the woods. Graith said, "They are a strange folk. They think no more of us than we do of a fish." Eyeless took his leave of Graith. On the way back to the village, Glimwoad, he turned aside and approached a half-decayed stump. From the wrapping, he took Persilian and propped it upright on the stump. For an instant he saw himself in the glass, comely despite the harsh structure of jaw, chin, and cheekbone, with eyes bright as blue lights. Then Persilian, from perversity, altered the image, and Eyeless found himself looking into the face of a hedgehog. Eyeless spoke. "Persilian, I need your help." "Do you wish to put a question?" "Yes. It will be your 3rd. "I know. Therefore I want to describe the sense of my question, so that you will not return a glib evasion. I am seeking my son Drun, who was taken by the fairies of Thripsy She. I will ask you, how may I bring my son alive and well into my own custody? I want to know exactly how to locate my son, release him from Thripsy She in possession of his health, youth, and mental faculties without incurring penalty. I want to locate and free my son now, and not in a program involving weeks, months, or years. Nor do I want to be fooled or frustrated in some way I haven't considered. Therefore, Persilian—" "Has it occurred to you," asked Persilian, "that your manner is most arrogant? That you demand my help as if it were a duty I owed you, and you, like all the others, jealously refuse to free me by asking a 4th question? Do you wonder that I regard your problems with detachment? Have you reflected an instant upon my yearnings? No, you exploit me and my power as you might use a horse to draw a load. You chide and domineer as if by some heroic deed you had earned the right to command me, when in fact you stole me in the most furtive manner from King Casimir. Do you still choose to hector me?" After a confused moment, Eyeless spoke in a subdued voice. "Your complaints for the most part are fair. Still, at this moment, I am driven to find my son to the exclusion of all else. Therefore, Priscillian, I must repeat my charge. Give me in full detail a response to this question. How may I bring my son into my care and custody? Priscillian spoke in a heavy voice. Ask Mergen. Ilus jumped back from the stump in a fury. With great effort he kept his voice even. That is not a proper response. It is good enough, said Priscillian airily. Our urgencies drive us in different directions. Should you choose to ask another question, by all means, do so. Ilus turned the mirror around to face across the meadow. He pointed. Look, in the field yonder is an old well. Time may have little meaning to you, but if I drop you into the well, you will sink into the mud. Soon the well will cave in, and you will lie buried, perhaps forever. And that is a duration which must have meaning for you. It is a subject which you do not understand, said Priscillian, still using a lofty tone. I remind you that brevity is the essence of wisdom. Since you seem dissatisfied, I will expand upon my instructions. The fairies will give you nothing unless they receive a gift in payment. You have nothing to offer them. Mergen is a master magician. He lives at Swir Smod, under Mount Gaboon, in the Teach-Tak-Teach. Along the way are dangers. At Binking's Gap, you must pass under a boulder balanced on a pin. You must kill the guardian raven, or he will drop a feather to topple the boulder on your head. At the River Sis, an old woman with a fox's head and a chicken's legs will ask you to carry her across the river. You must act on the instant. Cut her in half with your sword and carry each piece over separately. Where the road strikes up Mount Gaboon, you will encounter a pair of bearded griffs. Give each a comb of honey, coming and going, which you have brought for the purpose. In front of Swir Smod, call out 3 times in this fashion. Mergen, it is I, Prince Ilus of Trosinet. When you meet Mergen, be not odd. He is a man, like yourself, not genial, but not without justice. Listen to his instructions, obey them exactly. I include a final advice, that I may be spared any more reproaches. Will you ride a horse? That is my plan. Stable your horse at the village Oswy Undervale before you arrive at the River Sis. Otherwise, it will eat a maddening herb and throw you into the rocks. That is valuable advice. Ilus looked longingly back toward Madling Meadow. It would seem altogether preferable to deal with the fairies now, rather than first visiting Mergen by dangerous ways. So it might seem. There are reasons why any advantage lies in visiting Mergen first. With this, Priscillian allowed Ilus's image to reflect once more from the glass. As Ilus watched, his face displayed a set of ludicrous leers and grimaces, then disappeared, and the mirror was blank. At Ton Timble, Ilus traded a golden brooch set with garnets for a strong roan gelding, furnished with bridle, saddle, and saddlebags. At an armorer's shop, he bought a sword of decent quality, a dagger in the heavy-bladed Lyonesse style, an old bow, brittle and cantankerous but serviceable, so Ilus estimated, if oiled and drawn with a sensitive touch, along with 12 arrows and a quiver. At a haberdashery he bought a black cloak, a black forester's cap. The town cobbler fitted him with comfortable black boots. Astride his horse, he once more felt himself a gentleman. Leaving Ton Timble, Ilis rode south to Little Saffield, then west along Old Street with the forest of Tantreval, a dark margin across the north landscape. The forest retreated, and ahead the blue shadows of the great Teach-Tack-Teach loomed into the air. At Frogmarsh, Ilis turned north along Bittershaw Road, and in due course arrived at Oswey Undervale, a lethargic settlement of 200 inhabitants. Ilis took lodging at the Peacock Inn and spent the afternoon honing his sword and testing the flight of his arrows against a straw butt in a field behind the inn. The bow seemed to be sound but in need of work. The arrows flew adequately true out to 40 yards and somewhat beyond. Ilis took a melancholy pleasure from sending arrow after arrow into a 6-inch target. His skills had not deserted him. Early in the morning, with his horse stabled behind the inn, he set off afoot along the trail to the west. He climbed a long rise of sandy waste strewn with stones and boulders, where grew only thistle and bitter grass. At the top of the rise he overlooked a broad valley. To the west and away to the north, ever higher, crag on crag, rose the mighty Teach-Tack-Teach, blocking passage into the Ulflands. Directly below, the trail dropped by traverses to the floor of the valley, and here flowed the river Sis, down from the Troag back of Cape Farewell, and away to join the Sweet Yallow. Across the valley he thought to make out Swersmod, high on the flanks of Mount Gaboon, but the shapes and shadows made for deception, and he could not be sure of what he saw. He started down the way, running light-footed, sliding and jumping, and so in short order reached the valley. He found himself in an orchard of apple trees laden with red fruit, but he marched resolutely past, and so arrived at the river bank. On a stump sat a woman with the mask of a red fox and the legs of a chicken. Ilis gave her a thoughtful inspection. Finally she cried out, "Man, why do you stare so?" "Madam Foxface, you are most unusual." "That is no reason to embarrass me." "I intended no discourtesy, madam. You are as you are." "Notice that I sit here in all dignity. It was not I who came cavorting and romping like a madcap down the hillside. I could never deign such frolics. Folk would think me a hoyden." "I was, perhaps, a trifle boisterous," Ilis admitted. "Would you allow me a question, out of sheer curiosity?" "Provided that it is not impertinent." "You must judge, and let it be understood that in asking the question I incur no obligation." "Ask on." "Your face is that of a red fox, your torso that of a woman, your limbs those of a fowl. Which influence guides you as you live your life?" "The question is nuncupatory. Now it is my turn to request a boon." "But I specifically renounced all obligation." "I appeal to your chivalrous training. Would you see a poor, frightened creature swept away before your eyes? Carry me across the river, if you please." "That is a request no gentleman could ignore," said Ilis. "Step this way, down to the water's edge, and point out the easiest crossing." "Gladly." The woman strutted down the path toward the river. Ilis drew his sword, and with a single great stroke across the waist, cut the woman in twain. The pieces would not rest. The pelvis and legs ran hither and yon. The upper torso dealt furious blows to the ground, while the head called objurgations to chill Ilis's blood. At last he said, "Quiet, woman! Where is your vaunted dignity?" "Go your way!" she screeched. "My retribution will not be long in coming." Ilis thoughtfully caught the back of her tunic, dragged her to the water, and across the ford. "With legs on one side and arms on the other, you will be less tempted to do wicked deeds." The woman responded with a new spate of curses, and Ilis went his way. The path led up a hillside. He paused to look back. The woman had raised her head to whistle. The legs bounded across the river, the two parts fitted themselves together, and the creature once again was whole. Ilus went somberly on his way, up Mount Gaboon, where all the lands to the east lay spread below, for the most part dark green forest, then across a wasteland where lived not so much as a blade of grass. A cliff rose sheer above the area, and the trail apparently had reached its end. 2 steps further, and Ilus saw Binking's Gap, a narrow crevice into the cliff. At the mouth of the gap, a pedestal 10 feet high terminated in a point on which, in precise balance, rested an enormous boulder. With utmost caution, Ilus approached. Nearby, on the branch of a dead tree, perched a raven, with one red eye attentively fixed upon Ilus. Ilus turned his back, knocked arrow to bow, swung about, drew, and let fly. The raven toppled and flew in a flapping heap to the ground. As it did so, it brushed the balanced boulder with its wing. The boulder swayed, leaned, and crashed into the passage. Ilus retrieved his arrow, cut the wings and tail from the bird, and tucked the articles into his pack. Someday he would fletch his 12 arrows in black. The trail led up through Binking's Gap to a terrace above the cliff. A mile away, under the jut of Mount Gaboon, Swur overlooked the panorama, a castle of no great size, fortified only by a high wall and a pair of bartizans overlooking the portal. Beside the trail, in the shade of 8 black cypress trees, a pair of bearded griffs, 8 feet tall, played chess at a stone table. As Ilus approached, they put aside the chess and picked up knives.
"Step this way," said one, "to save us the trouble of rising."
Ilus took 2 combs of honey from his pack and placed them on the stone table. "Sirs, here is your honey." The griffs emitted dismal groans.
"Again honey," said one, "and surely insipid,"
gloomed the other. Ilus said, "One should rejoice upon what one has, rather than lament for that which one has not." The griffs looked up in displeasure. The first uttered a sinister hiss. The other said,
"One becomes sated with platitudes no less than with honey, so that one often breaks another's bones in one's vexation."
"Enjoy your meal in leisure and good health," said Ilus, and continued to the main portal. Here a tall woman of advanced years, wearing a white robe, watched Ilus's approach. He bowed in full courtesy. "Madam, I am here to confer with Mergen upon a matter of importance. Will you please notify him that Ilus, Prince of Trosinet, awaits his pleasure?" The woman, speaking no word, made a gesture and turned away. Ilus followed her across a court, along a hall, and into a parlor furnished with a carpet, a table, and a pair of heavy chairs. Cases along the back wall displayed hundreds of books, and the room smelled pleasantly of the old leather bindings. The woman pointed to a chair. "Sit." She went from the room to return with a tray of nutcakes and a cup of tawny wine, which she placed before Ilus. Then, once again, she left the room. Into the hall came Mergen, wearing a gray peasant smock. Ilus had expected an older man, or at least a man of sage appearance. Mergen wore no beard. His hair was white from natural tendency rather than age. His blue eyes were as bright as Ilus's own. Mergen spoke. "You are here to consult me?" "Sir, I am Ilus. My father is Prince Ospero of Trosinet. I am prince in direct line to the throne. Something less than 2 years ago, I met the Princess Suldrun of Lyonesse. We loved each other and were married. King Casimir immured me in a deep dungeon. I finally escaped to find that Suldrun had killed herself in despair, and that our son Drun had been taken as a changeling by the fairies of Thripsy-She. I went to Thripsy-She, but they remained invisible. I beg that you help me rescue my son." Mergen poured a small quantity of wine into 2 goblets. "You come to me empty-handed?" "I carry nothing of value, save a few bits of jewelry which were once Suldrun's. I am sure you care nothing for these. I can offer you only the mirror Priscillian, which I stole from King Casimir. Priscillian will answer 3 questions, to your advantage if you phrase the questions correctly. If you ask a 4th question, Priscillian goes free. I offer him to you on the condition that you will ask the 4th question, and so liberate him. Mergen held out his hand. Give me, Priscillian. I accept your conditions. Ilis relinquished the mirror. Mergen twitched his finger and spoke a quiet syllable. A white porcelain box floated across the room and settled on the table. Mergen threw back the lid and turned the contents out upon the table. 13 gems, cut, so it seemed, from gray quartz. Mergen watched him with a small smile. You find these uninteresting? I would judge them so. Mergen touched them lovingly with his finger, moving them into patterns. He heaved a sigh. 13 nonpareils, each encompassing a mental universe. Well, I must avoid avarice. There are more where these came from. So be it. Take this one. It is gay and enthralling by the light of sunrise. Go to Thripsy-She, just as the first rays of sunlight sweep down across the meadow. Do not go by moonlight, or you will suffer a death of weird invention. Show the crystal to the sunrise, let it glint in the rays. Do not let it from your grasp until a bargain has been made. The fairies will honor their word precisely. They are, despite popular belief, a most exact-minded race. They will fulfill their terms, no less, and certainly not an iota more, so bargain with care. Mergen rose to his feet. I bid you farewell. A moment, sir. The griffs are truculent. They are not happy with their honey. I think they would prefer to suck the marrow from my bones. They are easily diverted, said Mergen. Offer 2 combs to one and none to the other. What of the boulder at Binking's Gap? Will that be poised as before? At this very moment the raven balances the stone in place. No mean feat for a bird lacking both wings and tail. It is vengeful, so I suspect. Mergen held out a coil of pale blue rope. Near the head of the defile, a tree overhangs the cliff. Pass the rope around the tree, make a loop to sit in, and lower yourself down the cliff. What of the fox-faced woman at the river Sis? Mergen shrugged. You must find some way to trick her. Otherwise she will claw your eyes out with a single kick of her leg. The scratch of her fingernail paralyzes. Do not allow her approach. Ilis rose to his feet. I thank you for your help. Still, I wonder why you make the way so dangerous. Many who visit you must consider themselves your friends. Yes, no doubt. The subject clearly failed to interest Mergen. As a matter of fact, the hazards have been established by my enemies, not by me. With the griffs so close to Swersmod, that is insolence. Mergen dismissed the matter with a gesture. It is beneath my dignity to notice. And now, Prince Ilis, I wish you a safe journey. Mergen departed the room. The woman in the white robes led Ilis along the dim halls to the portal. She looked up to the sky, where the sun had already passed the zenith. If you hurry, she said, you will reach Oswey Undervale before dusk turns to dark. Ilis went briskly back down the trail. He approached the grotto where sat the 2 griffs. They turned to observe Ilis's coming.
Will you dare once again to offer us insipid honey? We crave more savory stuff.
Apparently you are both famished with hunger, said Ilis.
That is the way of it. Now then.
Ilis brought out 2 combs of honey. Ordinarily, I would offer 1 comb to each of you, but one must be more hungry than the other, and he should have both. I leave them here, and the decision shall be yours. Eyeless backed away from the instant altercation, and before he was 50 yards along the trail, the griffs were pulling each other's beards. Though Eyeless hurried, sounds of the dispute reached his ears for many minutes. He came to Binking's Gap and warily peered over the edge of the cliff. The great boulder, as before, swayed in precarious balance. The raven stood nearby, still lacking wings and tail, with head cocked and one round red eye staring up the gorge. Its feathers were bedraggled. It half sat, half stood on its bent yellow legs. 50 yards to the east, a twisted old cedar tree extended its crooked trunk over the lip of the cliff. Eyeless threw the rope over the trunk, where a crotch would hold it away from the cliff's face. In one end he tied a loop, arranged it under his haunches, pulled the line taut, swung out over the void, and lowered himself to the base of the cliff. He pulled the tail of the line over the tree trunk, made a coil, and slung it over his shoulder. The raven stood as before, head cocked, ready to thrust at the boulder. Eyeless silently approached from the opposite side and prodded the boulder with the tip of his sword. It toppled and crashed, while the raven uttered cries of dismay. Eyeless continued along the trail, down the slopes of Mount Gaboon. Ahead, a line of trees marked the course of the river Sis. Eyeless halted. Somewhere, so he surmised, the fox woman lay in ambush. The most likely spot would seem to be a thicket of stunted hazel, only 100 yards along the trail. He could make a detour either upstream or down, and swim the river rather than crossing by the ford. Eyeless drew back, and keeping to cover as much as possible, made a wide half-circle in a downstream direction to the riverbank. A fringe of willows barred him from the water, and he was forced to turn upstream. Nothing stirred at the thicket or elsewhere. Eyeless began to feel taut. The silence was unnerving. He stopped to listen again, but heard only the gurgle of the water. Sword in hand, he proceeded upstream, step by step. Approaching the ford, he came to a clump of heavy reed grass, swaying in the wind. In the wind? He turned quickly to look down into the red mask of the foxwoman, sitting hunched like a frog. He swung his sword as she thrust herself high and cut off her head at the neck. The torso and legs tumbled into a heap. The head fell at the water's edge. Eyeless nudged it out into the stream with his sword. It bobbed and rolled downstream. The torso clawed itself erect and began to run aimlessly here and there, waving its arms, darting and jumping, finally to disappear over the rise toward Mount Gaboon. Eyeless washed his sword, crossed the ford, and returned to Oswey Undervale, arriving just as dusk became dark. He dined on bread and ham, drank a pint of wine, and went immediately to his chamber. In the dark, he brought out the grey gem which Mergen had allowed him. It showed a pale shine, the color of a misty day. Quite dull, reflected Eyeless. But when he looked away, he thought to sense a peculiar flash at the corner of his vision, a perception to which he could put no name. He tried several times, but failed to reproduce the sensation, and presently he fell asleep. Chapter 21. 4 uneventful days brought Eyeless to Tontimble. Here he bought 2 plump chickens, a ham, a flitch of bacon, and 4 jugs of red wine. He packed some of the goods in his saddlebags, tied the rest to his saddle, and rode north through Glimwoad to the cottage of Graith and Wines. Graith came to meet him. At the sight of the provisions, he called back into the cottage, "Woman, start the fire under the spit. Tonight we dine like lords." "We will dine and drink well," said Eyeless. "Still, I must arrive at Madling Meadow before tomorrow's daybreak." The 3 supped on chickens stuffed with barley and onions and roasted to a turn, hearth cake set to catch the drippings, a pot of field greens simmered with bacon, a salad of cress. "If I ate so much every night, I would no longer care to chop logs in the morning," declared Graith. "Pray the day will arrive," exclaimed Wines. "Who knows? "Perhaps even before you expect it," said Ilus, "but I am tired and I must arise before sunup." Half an hour before sunrise, Ilus stood by Madling Meadow. He waited in the gloom under the trees until the first glint of rising sun showed in the east, then slowly started across the dew-wet grass, the gem in his hand. As he neared the hummock, he began to hear small twitters and warblings, in a register almost too high for his ear to perceive. Something slapped at the hand which carried the gem. Ilus only clenched his hand the tighter. Invisible fingertips tweaked his ears and pulled his hair. His hat was whisked away and flung high in the air. Ilus spoke in a gentle voice. "Fairies, kind fairies, do not treat me so. I am Ilus, father to my son Drun, whom you loved." There was a moment of breathless silence. Ilus continued toward the hummock to halt 20 yards short. The hummock suddenly became misty and underwent changes as of images gathering and going, shifting in and out of focus. From the hummock came a red carpet, unrolling almost to where Ilus stood. Along the carpet came a fairy 5 feet tall, pale brown of skin, with an oversheen of olive green. He wore a scarlet robe trimmed with white weasel heads, a fragile crown of gold strands and green velvet slippers. To right and left, other fairies showed on the margin of visibility, never totally substantial. "I am King Throbius," stated the fairy. "You are indeed the father of our beloved Drun?" "Yes, your majesty." "In that case, our love transfers in part to you, and you will find no harm at Thripsy-She." "I give you my thanks, your majesty." "No thanks are needed. We are honored by your presence. What is that which you hold in your hand?" Another fairy spoke softly. "Oh, the thrilling dazzle!" "Your majesty, this is a magic gem of enormous value." Fairy voices murmured, "True, true, a fervent gem of magic hue." "Allow me to hold it," said King Throbius in a peremptory voice. "Your majesty, ordinarily your wishes would command me, but I have been most solemnly instructed. I want my son Drun returned to me alive and well. Then and only then may I relinquish the gem." From the fairies came murmurs of surprise and disapproval. "A haughty fellow! Just so the mortals. One can never trust their gentility, pale and coarse as rats." King Throbius spoke. "I regret to state that Drun is no longer resident among us. He grew into boyhood, and we were forced to send him away." Ilus gaped in astonishment. "He is barely a year old." "In the She, time jerks and skips like a mayfly. We never troubled to reckon it out. When Drun left, he was, in your terms, perhaps 9 years old." Ilus stood silent. "Please give me the pretty bauble," coaxed King Throbius, in the voice he might use upon a skittish cow whose milk he hoped to steal. "My position remains the same, only when you give me my son." "That is next to impossible. He departed some time ago. Now then," King Throbius's voice became harsh, "do as I command, or never will you see your son again." Ilus uttered a wild laugh. "I have never seen him yet. What have I to lose?" "We can transform you into a badger," piped a voice, "or a milkweed fluff,
or a sparrow with the horns of an elk."
Ilus asked King Throbius, "You promised me your love and protection. Now I am threatened. Is this fairy honor?"
"Our honor is bright,"
declared King Throbius in a ringing voice. He nodded crisply right and left in satisfaction as his subjects called out endorsement. "In that case, I return to my offer, this fabulous gem for my son." A shrill voice cried out,
"That may not be, since it would bring good luck to Drun. I hate him most severely.
I brought a mordant on him.
A unit of acrimony and malice as expressed in the terms of a curse. King Throbius spoke in the silkiest of voices. And what was the mordant?
Ah, harumph, 7 years.
Indeed. I find myself vexed. For 7 years you shall taste not nectar, but tooth-twisting vinegar. For 7 years you will smell bad smells and never find the source. For 7 years your wings will fail you, and your legs will weigh heavy as lead, and sink you 4 inches deep into all but the hardest ground. For 7 years you will carry all slops and slimes from the Sidhe. For 7 years you will know an itch on your belly that no scratching will relieve. And for 7 years you will not be allowed to look upon the pretty new bauble. Philael seemed most distressed by the final injunction.
Oh, the bauble! Good King Throbius, do not taunt me so. I crave that color. It is my most cherished thing.
So it must be. Away with you. Ilis asked, Then you will bring back Drun? Would you take me into a fairy war with Trelawney Sidhe, or Zadie Sidhe, or Misty Valley Sidhe, or any other Sidhe which guards the forest? You must ask a reasonable price for your bit of stone. Flink!
Here, sir.
What can we offer Prince Ilis to fulfill his needs?
Sir, I might suggest the Neverfail, as carried by Sir Chill, the fairy knight.
A happy thought. Flink, you are most ingenious. Go, prepare the implement on this instant.
On this instant it shall be, sir.
Ilis ostentatiously put his hand, with the gem, into his pouch. What is a Neverfail? Flink's voice, breathless and shrill, sounded beside King Throbius.
I have it here, sir, after great and diligent toil at your order.
When I require haste, Flink hurries, King Throbius told Ilis. When I use the word instant, he understands the word to mean now.
Just so, panted Flink. Ah, how I have toiled to please Prince Ilis. If he deigns me only one word of praise, I am more than repaid.
That is the true Flink speaking, King Throbius told Ilis. Honest and fine is Flink. I am interested less in Flink than in my son Drun. You were about to bring him to me? Better! The Neverfail will serve you all your life long, always to indicate where Lord Drun may be found. Notice! King Throbius displayed an irregular object 3 inches in diameter, carved from a walnut burl and suspended from a chain. A protuberance to the side terminated in a point tipped with a sharp tooth. King Throbius dangled the Neverfail on its chain. You will note the direction indicated by the white fairy tooth. Along that slant you will find your son Drun. The Neverfail is failure-proof and warranted forever. Take it. The instrument will guide you infallibly to your son. Ilis indignantly shook his head. It points north into the forest, where only fools and fairies go. This Neverfail points the direction of my own death, or it may take me without fail to Drun's corpse. King Throbius studied the instrument. He is alive. Otherwise the tooth would not snap to direction with such vigor. As for your own safety, I can only say that danger exists everywhere, for you and for me. Would you feel secure walking the streets of Lyonesse town? I suspect not. Or even Domris, where Prince Truin hopes to make himself king. Danger is like the air we breathe. Why cavil at the club of an ogre or the maw of an ossip? Death comes to all mortals. Bah, muttered Ilis. Flink is fast on his feet. Let him run out into the forest with the Neverfail and bring back my son. From all sides came titters, quickly stilled when King Throbius, not amused, thrust his arm upward.
The sun stands hot and high, the dew is going, and the bees are first at our flower cups. I am losing my zest for transactions. What are your final terms?
As before, I want my son, sound and safe. That means no mordits of bad luck, and Drun, my son, in my safe possession. For this, the gem.
One can only do the reasonable and convenient, said King Throbius. Falael shall lift the mordit. As for Drun, here is the Neverfail, and with it our warranty. It shall lead you to Drun in life's full vigor. Take it now.
He pressed the Neverfail into Ilas's hands, who thereupon released his grip on the gem. King Throbius snatched it and held it high.
It is ours!
From all sides came a suspiration of awe and joy.
Ah, see it glow! A lummox! Look what he gave for a trifle!
For such a treasure he might have claimed a windboat or a palanquin carried by racing griffins with fairy maids in attendance,
or a castle of 20 towers on Misty Meadow. Oh, the fool, the fool!
The illusions flickered. King Throbius began to lose his definition.
"Wait!"
cried Ilas. He caught hold of the scarlet cloak. "What of the mordit? It must be lifted." Flink spoke aghast.
"Mortal, you have touched the royal garment. That is an irredemptible offense."
"Your promises protect me," said Ilas. "The mordit of bad luck must be lifted."
"Tiresome," sighed King Throbius. "I suppose I must see to it. Falael, you yonder so industriously scratching your belly, remove your curse, and I will remove the itch."
"Honor is at stake," cried Falael. "Would you have me seem a weathercock?"
"No one will take the slightest notice."
"Let him apologize for his evil side glances."
Ilas said, "As his father, I will act as surrogate and tender his profound regrets for those deeds which disturbed you."
"After all, it was not kind to treat me so."
"Of course not. You are sensitive and just."
"In that case, I will remind King Throbius that the mordit was his own. I merely tricked Drun into looking back."
"Is that the way of it?"
demanded King Throbius. Flink said,
"Just so, your majesty." "Then I can do nothing. The royal curse is indelible."
"Give me back the gem," cried Ilas. "You have not held to your bargain."
"I promised to do all reasonable and convenient. This I have done. Anything more is not convenient. Flink, Ilas becomes tiresome. On which hem did he seize my robe, north, east, south, or west?"
"On the west, sire."
"The west, eh? Well, we cannot harm him, but we can move him. Take him west, since that seems to be his preference, as far as possible."
Ilas was whirled up and away through the sky. Windy drafts howled in his ears. Sun, clouds, and earth tumbled across his vision. He lofted high in trajectory, then dropped toward glittering sunlit water, and alighted on sand at the edge of the surf.
"Here is west as west may be," said a voice choking with merriment. "Think kindly of us. Were we rude, west might have been another half-mile."
The voice was gone. Ilas, rising shakily to his feet, stood alone on a bleak promontory not far from a town. The Neverfail had been tossed on the wet sand at his feet. He picked it up before the surf could carry it away. Ilas organized his thoughts. Apparently he stood at Cape Farewell, at the far western edge of Lyonesse. The town would be Pargetta. Ilas held the Neverfail suspended. The tooth jerked about to point toward the northeast. Ilas heaved a deep sigh of frustration, then trudged up the beach to Pargetta, hard under the castle Malise. He ate bread and fried fish at the inn, then, after an hour's wrangling with the hostler, He bought a hammer-headed gray stallion of mature years, with a willful disposition and no grace whatever, but still capable of good service if not used too hard, and, no small consideration, of a price relatively low. Neverfail pointed to the northeast. With half the day still ahead, Eyeless set off along Old Street, up the valley of the river Syrinx, and into the fastnesses of the Troag, the southern culmination of the Teach-Tack-Teach. Old Street, running from the Atlantic to the Gulf of Cantabria, had been laid by the Magdals 2,000 years before the coming of the Danans. According to popular lore, every step along Old Street overlooked a battlefield. When the full moon shone at Beltane, ghosts of the slain came out to stand along Old Street and stare at their adversaries across the way. He passed the night at a lonely mountain inn, and late the next day he arrived at Knowlesby Savon, market town and junction of three important roads: the spur arced leading south to Lyonesse town, Old Street, and the Ulf Passway winding north into the Ulflands by way of Call-Bocatch. Eyeless took lodging at the White Horse Inn, and next day set off to the north along the Ulf Passway, at the best speed his obstinate mount would allow. His plans were not elaborate, nor, by the nature of things, fully detailed. He would ride up the passway, enter South Ulfland at Call-Bocatch, and proceed into Dehout along the Trompata, somehow giving Tinsin-Firel a wide berth. At Camperdilly Corners he would leave the Trompata for the east-west road, a route which, according to the Neverfail, should take him more or less directly to Droon, if so much were allowed by the 7-year Mordit. A few miles along the way, Eyeless overtook a band of itinerant peddlers bound for Is and towns along the South Ulf coast. Eyeless joined the group to avoid passing Call-Bocatch alone, so perhaps to be an object of suspicion. At Call-Bocatch there was unsettling news, brought by refugees from the north. The Ska had once more erupted across both North and South Ulfland, almost isolating the city Oaldis with King Orianti and his paltry court, and the puzzle remained why the Ska used such forbearance toward the powerless Orianti. In another operation, the Ska had driven east to the Dout border and beyond to seize the great fortress Politets overlooking the Plain of Shadows. Ska strategy presented no mysteries to the day sergeant at Call-Bocatch.
They intend to take the Ulflands north and south as a pike takes a perch. Can there be any doubt? A bite at a time, a nip here, a gnaw there, and soon the black flag flies from Tawsey Head to Cape Tay. And someday they may be bold enough to try for Is and Vale Evander, if ever they could take Tinsin-Firel.
He held up his hand.
No, don't tell me. That's not the way of a pike with a perch. He takes all at a gulp. But it's all one in the end.
Somewhat daunted, the peddlers took counsel in a grove of aspen trees, and finally decided to proceed with caution at least as far as Is. 5 miles along the road, the peddlers met a straggle of peasant folk, some with horses or donkeys, others driving farm carts loaded with household possessions, others going afoot with infants and children. Refugees, so they identified themselves, driven from their steadings by the Ska. One great black army, so they stated, had already stormed across South Ulfland, obliterating resistance, enslaving able men and women, burning the keeps and castles of the Ulfish barons. Again the peddlers, now in distress, took counsel, and once again decided to proceed at least as far as Tinsin-Firel.
But no farther until safety is assured,
declared the most sagacious of the group.
Remember, one step into the Vale, and we must pay the Duke's tolls. On then, said another, to Tinsin-Firel, and we shall see how the land lies.
The group continued along the road, only in short order to meet another band of refugees who brought news of the most startling sort. The Ska army had reached Tinsinfiral and even now had placed it under attack. There was no more question of going forward. The peddlers turned in their tracks and returned south far more briskly than they had come. Ilis remained alone on the road. Tinsinfiral lay yet another 5 miles ahead. He had no choice but to attempt to discover a route to detour Tinsinfiral, one which climbed into the mountains, over, then descended once more to the Trompada. At a small steep ravine choked with scrub oak and stunted cedar, Ilis dismounted and led his horse up the faintest of trails toward the skyline. Harsh vegetation blocked the way, loose rocks rolled underfoot, and the hammer-headed gray horse had no taste for mountain climbing. During the first hour, Ilis progressed only a mile. After another hour, he arrived at the ridge of a spur which splayed out from the central crag. The route became easier and led in a direction parallel to the road below, but always climbing, up toward that flat-topped mountain known as Taktor, the highest point within range of vision. Tinsinfiral could not be far away. Stopping to catch his breath, Ilis thought to hear far, faint shouts. Thoughtfully he continued, keeping as much to cover as possible. Tinsinfiral, he calculated, stood across Vale Evander, immediately beyond Taktor. He was approaching the scene of siege far closer than he had intended. Sunset found him 100 yards below the summit, in a little dell beside a covert of mountain larches. Ilis cut himself a bed of boughs, tied his horse on a long tether near a rivulet seeping from a spring. Foregoing the comfort of a fire, he ate bread and cheese from his saddlebag. From his pouch, he brought Neverfail and watched as the tooth swung to the northeast, with perhaps a trifle more easting than before. He tucked Neverfail into his pouch, shoved pouch and saddlebags deep under a laurel bush, and went out on the ridge to look around the landscape. Afterglow had not yet left the sky, and a full moon of enormous dimensions rose from the black loom of Forest Tantreval. Nowhere could be seen gleam of candle or lamp, nor the flicker of fire. Ilis considered the flat summit, only 100 yards above. In the half-light he noticed a trail. Others had fared this way before, though not by the route he had come. Ilis followed the path to the summit to find a flat area of 3 or 4 acres, with a stone altar and 5 dolmens at the center, standing stark and quiet in the moonlight. Giving wide berth to the altar, Ilis crossed the flat summit, to where the opposite brink dropped away in a cliff. Tinsinfiral seemed so close that he might have flung a stone across and down to the roof of the highest tower. The castle was illuminated as if for a gala, windows aglow with golden light. Along the ridge behind the castle, hundreds of small fires flickered red and orange. Among them moved a company of tall, somber warriors, to a number Ilis could not estimate. At their back, dim in the firelight, stood the gaunt frames of 4 large siege engines. Clearly, here was no chance or capricious escapade. The chasm at Ilis's feet dropped sheer to the floor of Vale Evander. Below, the castle torches lit a parade ground, now unoccupied. Other torches, in parallel rows, marked the parapets of a wall across the narrow neck of the vale, like the parade ground, devoid of defenders. A mile to the west, along the ridge, another spatter of campfires indicated a second encampment, presumably Ska. The scene was one of weird grandeur, which affected Ilis with awe. He watched for a period, then turned away and descended through the moonlight to his own camp. The night was unseasonably cool. Ilis lay on his bed of boughs, shivering under cloak and saddle blanket. Presently he slept, but only fitfully, waking from time to watch the progress of the moon across the sky. Once, with the moon halfway down in the west, he heard a far contralto cry of misery, something between a howl and a moan, which brought up the hairs at the back of his neck. He huddled deep into his bed. Minutes passed. The call was not repeated. At last he fell into a torpor, which kept him asleep somewhat longer than he had intended, and he awoke only when rays from the rising sun shone into his face. He rose lethargically, washed his face in the stream, and considered how best to proceed. The trail to the summit might well lead down to join the Trompata, a convenient route if it avoided the Ska. He decided to return to the summit, the better to spy out the lay of the land. Taking a crust of bread and a knob of cheese to eat along the way, he climbed to the top. The mountains below and behind fell away in humping spurs, gulches and wallowing folds almost to the verge of the forest. As best he could determine, the trail descended to the Trompata, and so would serve him well. On this clear, sunny morning, the air smelled sweet of mountain herbs, heather, gorse, rosemary, cedar. Ilis crossed the summit to see how went the siege of Tinsinfiral. It was, he reflected, an episode of great significance. If the Ska commanded both Politets and Tinsinfiral, they effectively controlled the Ulflands. Approaching the brink, he dropped to his hands and knees to avoid impinging his silhouette on the skyline. Nearing the brink, he went flat and crawled, and at last peered out across the gorge. Almost below, Tinsinfiral reared high on its tall crag, close, but not so close as it had seemed the night before, when he thought he could fling a stone across the chasm to the roof. Now it was clear that the castle lay beyond all but the strongest arrow flight. The uppermost tower culminated in a terrace guarded by parapets. A swayback saddle or ridge joined the castle to the heights beyond, where the closest vantage area, reinforced from below by a retaining wall of stone blocks, overlooked the castle well within bowshot range. Remarkable, thought Ilis, the foolish arrogance of Fode Carfilio to allow so convenient a platform to remain unguarded. The area now swarmed with Ska troops. They wore steel caps and long-sleeved black surcoats. They moved with a grim and agile purpose, which suggested an army of black killer ants. If King Casimir had hoped to create an alliance, or at the very least a truce with the Ska, his hopes now were blasted, since by the attack the Ska had declared themselves his adversaries. Both the castle and Vale Evander seemed lethargic this bright morning. No peasant tilled his field nor walked the road, nor were Carfilio's troops anywhere visible. By dint of great exertion, the Ska had transported 4 large catapults across the moors, up the mountainside, and along the ridge which commanded Tinsinfiral. As Ilis watched, they dragged the engines forward. They were, so he saw, heavily built devices capable of tossing a 100-pound boulder the distance to Tinsinfiral, to knock down a merlin, break open an embrasure, rupture a wall, and eventually, after repeated blows, to demolish the high tower itself. Worked by competent engineers and with uniform missiles, their accuracy could be almost exact. As Ilis watched, they worked the catapults forward to the edge of that vantage overlooking Tinsinfiral. Carfilio himself strolled out upon the terrace, wearing a pale blue morning gown. Apparently he had just risen from bed. Ska archers immediately ran forward and sent a flight of arrows singing across the gorge. Carfilio stepped behind a merlin with a frown of annoyance for the interruption of his promenade. 3 of his retainers appeared on the roof and quickly erected sections of metal mesh along the parapets so as to ward away Ska arrows, and Carfilio was again able to take the morning air. The Ska watched him with perplexity and exchanged ironic comments, meanwhile proceeding to ballast their catapults. Eyeless knew that he must depart, but could not bring himself to leave. The stage was set, the curtains drawn, the actors had appeared. The drama was about to begin. The ska manned the windlasses. The massive propulsion beams bent backward, groaning and creaking. Stone missiles were placed into the projection chutes. The master archers turned screws, perfecting their aim. All was ready for the first volley. Carfelio suddenly seemed to take cognizance of the threat to his tower. He made an annoyed gesture and spoke a word over his shoulder. Underneath the catapults, the stone abutments supporting the vantage collapsed. Down toppled catapults, missiles, rubble, archers, engineers, and ordinary troops. They fell a long way, with hallucinatory slowness, down, down, twisting, wheeling, bounding and sliding the last 100 feet to stop in an unpleasant tangle of stone, timbers, and broken bodies. Carfelio took a final turn around the terrace and went into the castle. The ska assessed the situation, stern rather than angry. Eyeless drew back beyond the ska range of vision. High time for him to be on his way, as far and as fast as possible. He looked toward the stone altar in a new spirit of speculation. Carfelio was clearly a man of wily tricks. Would he leave so tempting a lookout point for presumptive enemies unprotected? Eyeless, suddenly nervous, took a final look toward Tinsinfiral. Ska work gangs, evidently slaves, were dragging timbers along the ridge. The ska, though bereft of their catapults, were not yet abandoning the siege. Eyeless watched for a minute, 2 minutes. He turned away from the edge of the cliff and found confronting him a patrol of 7 men wearing ska black, a corporal and 6 warriors, now standing with bows drawn. Eyeless held up his hands. "I am a traveler only. Let me go my way." The corporal, a tall man with a strange, wild face, gave a guttural croak of derision. "Up here on the mountain? You are a spy." "A spy? For what purpose? What could I tell anyone? That the ska are attacking Tinsinfiral? I came up here to find a safe route around the battle." "You are quite safe now. Come along. Even 2 legs have their uses." Two-leg, a semi-contemptuous term applied by the ska to all other men than themselves, a contraction of two-legged animal to designate a middle category between ska and four-leg. Another common pejorative, Nile, horse smell, made reference to the difference in body odor between ska and other races, the ska seeming to smell, not unpleasantly, of camphor, turpentine, a trace of musk. The ska took Eyeless's sword and tied a rope around his neck. He was led down from Taktor, across the gorge, and up to the ska encampment. He was stripped of his garments, shorn bald, forced to wash using yellow soap and water. Then he was given new garments of gray linsey-woolsey, and finally a smith riveted an iron collar around his neck with a ring to which a chain might be attached. Eyeless was seized by 4 men in gray tunics and bent face down over a log. His trousers were dropped. The smith brought a red-hot iron and branded his right buttock. He heard the sizzle of burning flesh and smelled the subsequent odor, which prompted him to droop his head and vomit, inducing those who held him to curse and jump aside, but they continued to hold him while a bandage was slapped down over the burn. Then he was hoisted to his feet. A ska sergeant called to him, "Pull up your trousers and come over here." Eyeless obeyed. "Name?" "Eyeless," the sergeant wrote in a ledger. "Place of birth?" "I don't know." Again the sergeant wrote, then he looked up. "Today luck is your friend. You now may call yourself Scarling, inferior only to a natural ska. Acts of violence against ska or scarling, sexual perversion, lack of cleanliness, insubordination, sullen, insolent, truculent, or disorderly behavior are not tolerated. Forget your past, it is a dream.
You are now scarling, and the scar way is your way. You are assigned to Group Leader Tausig. Obey him, work faithfully, you shall have no cause for complaint. Yonder is Tausig. Report to him immediately." Tausig, a short, grizzled scarling, half walked and half hopped on one straight and one crooked leg, making tense gestures and squinting through narrow, pale blue eyes as if in a state of chronic anger. He gave Eyeless a brief inspection and clipped a long, light chain to Eyeless's collar.
"I am Tausig. Whatever your name, forget it. You are now Tausig 6. When I yell 6, I mean you. I run a tight squad. I compete in production. To please me, you must compete and try to outdo all the other squads. Do you understand?"
"I understand your words," said Eyeless.
"That is not proper. Say yes, sir."
"Yes, sir."
"Already I feel resentment and resistance in you. Be wary. I am fair but not forgiving. Work your best, or better than your best, so that we all make the grade. Slack and shirk, and I suffer as well as you, and this must not be. Come now, to work."
Tausig's platoon, with the addition of Eyeless, was now at its full complement of 6. Tausig took them down into a stony, sun-baked gully and put them to work dragging timbers up to the ridge and downslope to where Ska and Scarling worked together to build a timber tunnel along the saddle toward Tinsinfiral, through which a battering ram might then be swung against the castle gate. On the parapets, Carfilio's archers watched for targets, Ska or Scarling alike. Whenever one such exposed himself, an arrow instantly darted down from above. When the timber passage reached halfway across the saddle, Carfilio raised an onager to the turret and began to launch 100-pound stones at the timber structure, to no avail. The timbers were elastic and cunningly joined. The stones, striking the timbers, crushed bark, splintered the surface, then tumbled away down into the gulch. Eyeless quickly discovered that his fellows in Tausig's platoon were no more anxious to elevate Tausig's grade than himself. Tausig, hence, ran bobbing and limping back and forth in a state of frenzy, calling exhortations, threats, and abuse.
"Shoulders into it, 5! Pull! Pull! Are you all sick? 3, you corpse! Pull now! 6, I'm watching you. I know your kind. You're dogging it already."
So far as Eyeless could determine, Tausig's squad achieved as much as the others, and he heard Tausig's outcries with indifference. The morning's calamity had left him numb. The full scope was only just beginning to make itself felt. At noon, the Scarlings were fed bread and soup. Eyeless sat on his left buttock in a state of numb reverie. During the morning, Eyeless had been teamed with Yane, a taciturn North Ulf, perhaps 40 years old. Yane was of no great stature, sinewy and long-armed, with dark, coarse hair and a pinched, leathery face. Yane watched Eyeless a few minutes, then said gruffly,
"Eat, lad. Keep up your strength. No good comes of brooding."
"I have affairs which I can't neglect."
"Forget them. Your new life has started."
Eyeless shook his head. "Not for me." Yane grunted.
"If you try to escape, everyone in your squad is flogged and drops in grade, including Tausig, so everyone watches everyone else."
"No one escapes?"
"Seldom."
"What of yourself? Have you never attempted escape?"
"Escape is more difficult than you might think. It is a subject no one discusses."
"And no one is freed?"
"After your stint, you are pensioned. They don't care what you do then."
"How long is a stint?"
30 years.
Eyeless groaned. "Who here is chief among the Scar?"
"He is Duke Mertaz. There he stands yonder. Where are you going?"
"I must speak to him." Eyeless rose painfully to his feet and crossed to where a tall scar stood brooding down upon Tinsinfiral. Eyeless halted in front of him. "Sir, you are Duke Mertaz." "I am he." The scar surveyed Eyeless with gray-green eyes. Eyeless spoke in a reasonable voice. "Sir, this morning your soldiers captured me and clamped this collar around my neck." "Indeed." "In my own country I am a nobleman. I see no reason why I should be treated this way. Our countries are not at war." "The Scar at war with all the world. We expect no mercy from our enemies. We give none." "Then I ask that you abide by the rules of warfare and allow me to ransom my freedom. We are not a numerous people. Our need is labor, not gold. Today you are branded with a date mark. 30 years you must serve, then you will be freed with a generous pension. If you attempt to escape, you will be maimed or killed. We expect such attempts and are alert. Our laws are simple and admit of no ambiguity. Obey them. Go back to your work." Eyeless returned to where Yane sat watching. "Well?" "He told me I must work 30 years. Yane chuckled and rose to his feet. "Tausig summons us." Across the downs, convoys of bullock carts brought timbers from the mountains. Scaling squads dragged the timbers up the ridge. Foot by foot, the timber tunnel thrust across the saddle toward Tinsinfiral. The construction approached the castle walls. Carfilio's warriors on the parapets dropped bladders of oil upon the timbers and sent down fire arrows. Orange flames roared high. At the same time, drops of blazing oil seeped through cracks. Those who worked below were forced to retreat. Special contrivances fabricated of sheet copper were brought forward by a trained squad and fitted over the timbers to form a protective roof. Flaming oil thereupon flowed off to burn harmlessly on the ground. Foot by foot, the tunnel approached the castle walls. The defenders displayed a rather sinister lassitude. The tunnel reached the castle walls. A heavy battering ram, shod with iron, was carried forward. Ska warriors crowded the tunnel, ready to surge through the ruptured portal. From somewhere high on the tower, a massive ball of iron swung down and around at the end of a chain to strike the timber construction fairly, at a spot 30 feet from the tower wall, to sweep timbers, ram, and warriors over the edge of the saddle and down into the gully. Another tangle of timbers and crushed bodies on top of the tangle already there. From the ridge, the Ska commanders stood in the light of sunset, contemplating the destruction of their works. There was a pause in the busyness of the siege. The Skalings gathered in a hollow to evade the steady wind from the west. Eyeless, like the others, crouched in the wan light, back to the wind, watching sidelong the Ska silhouettes along the skyline. There would be no further action against Tinsinfiral on this night. The Skalings trooped downhill to the camp, where they were fed porridge boiled with dried cod. The corporals marched their platoons to a latrine trench, where they crouched and voided in unison. Then they filed past a cart where each took a coarse woolen blanket and bedded himself on the ground. Eyeless slept the sleep of exhaustion. 2 hours after midnight he awoke. His surroundings confused him. He sat up with a jerk, only to feel a sharp tug on the chain at his collar.
"Stop short," growled Tausig. "It's on the first night that the new ones try to run free, and I know all the tricks."
Eyeless fell back into the blanket. He lay listening to the cold wind blowing across the rocks, to a mutter of voices from Ska sentries and fire tenders, to snores and dream sounds from the Skalings. He thought of his son Drun, possibly alone and unprotected, possibly at this very instant in pain or danger. He thought of Neverfail under a laurel bush on the slope of Tactor. The horse would break its tether and wander off to find fodder. He thought of Truin and stone-hearted Casimir. Requital. Revenge. His palms sweated in a passion of hatred. Half an hour passed, and again he fell asleep. Somewhat before dawn, at that most dismal hour of the night, a far rumble and crashing sound, as of a large tree falling, awoke Eyeless for the second time. He lay motionless, listening to staccato calls among the ska. At dawn the Scalings were aroused from their rest by the clangor of a bell. Sullen and torpid, they took their blankets to the cart, visited the latrine, and those who elected to do so washed at a rivulet of chilly water. Their breakfast was like their supper, porridge and dried cod, with bread and a cup of hot peppermint tea mixed with pepper and wine to stimulate their energies. Tausig took his platoon up to the ridge, and there the source of the pre-dawn sounds was revealed. During the night, defenders from the castle had fixed hooks into that portion which still remained of the timber tunnel. A windlass high above had tightened the line. The passage had been overturned and toppled 300 feet into the gulch. All the ska effort had gone for naught. Worse, their materials had been wasted and their engines destroyed. Tinsinfiral had suffered nothing. The ska now were intent not on the destroyed passageway, but on an army camped 3 miles west along the vale. Scouts returning from reconnaissance reported 4 battalions of well-disciplined troops, the factorial militia of Is and Evander, consisting of pikemen, archers, mounted pikemen, and knights, to the number of 2,000 men. 2 miles behind, the morning light twinkled on the mettle and motion of other troops on the march. Eyeless considered the ska, a contingent not quite so numerous as he had first estimated, probably no more than 1,000 warriors. Tausig noticed his interest and gave a harsh chuckle.
Don't count on battle, lad. Waste no false hopes. They'll not fight for glory unless there's something to be won. No risk of foolishness, I assure you.
Still, they'll have to break the siege.
That's already been decided. They hope to take Ophelio unawares. Bad luck. He tricked them with his knaveries. Next time affairs will go differently. You'll see.
I don't plan to be here.
Ha! So you would say. I have been scarling 19 years. I have a position of responsibility, and in 11 years I have my pension. My hopes are on the side of my own good interests.
Eyeless looked him over with contempt. I don't believe you want to win free. Tausig became instantly curt.
Now then, that's flogging talk. There goes the signal. Break camp.
The ska with their Scalings departed the ridge and set off across the moors of South Ulfland. This was a land like none Eyeless had known before. Low hills grown over with gorse and heather, and dales trickling with small streams. Outcrops of rock scarred the heights, thickets and copses shaded the swales. Peasants fled in all directions at the sight of the black troops. Much of the land had been abandoned, the huts deserted, the stone fences broken, and firs growing rank. Castles kept the high places, testifying to the perils of clan warfare and the prevalence of raids by night. Many such places lay in ruins, the stones mottled with lichen. Others, which had survived, jerked drawbridge high and manned the parapets to see the ska troops pass by. The hills reared upward, with sour black soil and peat bogs in between. Clouds swirled low overhead, opening to pass shafts of sunlight, closing as soon to throttle off the radiance. Few folk inhabited these regions, except crofters, tin miners, and outlaws. Eyeless marched without thought. He knew the burly back and tousled hair of the man in front of him, and the catenary traced by the swinging chain between them. He ate on command, slept on command. He spoke to no one save an occasional mutter to Yane, who hunched along beside him. The column passed only half a mile inland from the fortified town Owaldis, where King Oriente had long held court, uttering sonorous commands which were seldom obeyed, and spending much time in the palace garden among his tame white rabbits. At the sight of Ska troops, the portcullis dropped with a clang, and archers mounted the walls. The Ska paid no heed and continued along the coast road, with Atlantic swells crashing into surf along the shore. A Ska patrol rode up with news which quickly filtered down to the Scalings. King Oriente had died in a convulsion, and feeble-minded Quilcy had succeeded to the throne of South Ulfland. He shared his father's interest in white rabbits, and was said to eat nothing but custard, honey buns, and trifle. Yane explained to Ilis why the Ska allowed Oriente, and now Quilcy, to reign unmolested.
They cause the Ska no inconvenience. From the Ska point of view, Quilcy can reign forever, so long as he keeps to his dole houses.
The column entered North Ulfland, the boundary marked only by a cairn beside the road. Fishing villages along the way were deserted except for old men and women, the able-bodied having fled to avoid indenture. On a dreary morning, with the wind carrying salt spume 100 yards inshore, the column passed under an ancient Furbolg beacon tower, built to raise the clans against Danan raiders, and so entered the foreshore, in effect Ska territory. The villages now were totally deserted, with the former inhabitants killed, enslaved, or driven away. At Vax, the column broke into several components. A few took ship for Skagane, a few continued along the coastal road toward the granite quarries, where certain intractable Scalings would spend the rest of their lives chipping granite. Another contingent, including Tausig and his platoon, swung inland toward Castle Sank, the seat of Duke Luhalks, and a staging station for Scaling convoys en route to Politets. Memorandum: King, Prince, Duke, Lord, Baron, Ordinary are used arbitrarily and inexactly to indicate somewhat similar levels of status among the Ska. Functionally, the differences in rank are peculiar to the Ska, in that only King, Prince, and Duke are hereditary, and all save King may be earned by valor or other notable achievement. Thus, an ordinary, having killed or captured 5 armed enemies, becomes a knight. By other exactly codified achievements, he becomes a baron, then lord, duke, then finally Grand Duke or Prince. The king is elected by vote of the dukes. His dynasty persists along its direct male lineage until the line becomes extinct or is voted out of power at a conclave of dukes. Chapter 22. At Castle Sank, Tausig's gang was assigned to the sawmill, a ponderous water wheel moving a linkage of iron levers, raised and lowered a straight-bladed saw of forged steel 9 feet long and worth its weight in gold. The saw squared timbers and cut planks with a speed and accuracy Ilis found remarkable. Scalings with long experience controlled the mechanism, lovingly sharpened the teeth, and apparently worked without coercion or supervision. Tausig's gang was assigned to the seasoning shed, where they stacked and restacked planks. Over the weeks, Ilis gradually, a trifle at a time, incurred Tausig's disfavor and dislike. Tausig despised Ilis's fastidious habits and his disinclination to work any more energetically than was absolutely necessary. Yane shared Tausig's disfavor because he managed to achieve his share of the work without perceptible effort, which caused Tausig to suspect him of shirking, though he could never demonstrate as much. At first, Tausig tried to reason with Eyeless.
"Look you now, I've been watching, and you don't deceive me an instant. Why do you give yourself such airs, as if you were a former lord? You will never better yourself by such means. Do you know what happens to shirkers and fidgety-digits? They are put to work in the lead mines, and if they short their stint, they are sent to the sword factory, and their bodies' blood hardens the steel. I advise you to show me somewhat more zeal."
Eyeless responded as politely as possible. "The Ska took me against my will. They broke apart my life. They have done me great harm. Why should I exert myself for their benefit?"
"Your life has changed, true," argued Tausig. "Make the best of it, like the rest of us. Think. 30 years is not so long a time. They will either send you away a free man with 10 gold coins, or they will give you a farmstead with a hut, a woman, animals, and your children are free from indenture. Is that not generous?"
"For the best part of my life?" Eyeless sneered and turned away. Tausig angrily called him back.
"Perhaps you scorn the future? Not I. When my gang performs poorly, I take demerits. I want none on your account."
Tausig hopped away, his face mottled with fury. 2 days later, Tausig led Eyeless and Yane to the yard at the rear of Castle Sank. He spoke no word, but the jerk of his elbows, the bob of his head, were freighted with portent. Where the gate opened into the yard, he swung about and at last gave vent to his rage.
"They were wanting a pair of house servants, and I spoke up with my heart full. Now I am free of you both, and Imboden the steward is your master. Try him with your provocations and learn what boon it brings you."
Eyeless studied the congested face thrust toward his own, then shrugged and turned away. Yane stood in despondent boredom. There was nothing more to be said. Tausig called across the yard to a scullion.
"Summon Imboden! Bring him here!"
He turned a darkling leer over his shoulder.
"Neither of you will like Imboden. He has the vanity of a peacock and the soul of a stoat. Your easy days of loitering in the sunshine are over."
Imboden came out on the porch overlooking the yard, a man of late maturity, narrow-shouldered, with thin arms, long, thin shanks, a swag of a belly. Dank locks clung to his scalp. He seemed to have no face, only a cluster of large features, long ears, a long, lumpy nose, round black eyes encircled by arsenical rings, a drooping gray mouth. He made an imperious gesture toward Tausig, who roared, "Over here! I will not set foot in the castle yard!" Imboden uttered an impatient oath, descended the steps, and crossed the yard, using a peculiar strutting gait, which aroused Tausig's levity. "Come along now, you peculiar old goat! I haven't all day to waste." To Eyeless and Yane he said, "He's half Ska, a bastard by a Celt woman, the worst of all worlds for a Skalling, and he makes everyone know it." Imboden halted at the gate. "Well, what now?" "Here's a pair of house monkeys for you. This one is finicky and washes overmuch. This one thinks himself wiser than the rest of us, principally me. Take them in good health." Imboden looked the two up and down. He jerked his thumb at Eyeless. "This one has a strange, wild look for one so young. He is not sick." "Sound as a hero in limb and lung." Imboden inspected Yane. "This one has the cast of a villain. I suppose he is sweet as honey."
He is deft and quick, and walks as quiet as the ghost of a dead cat."
"Very well, they will do." Imboden made the smallest of signs. In great glee, Tausig told Eyeless and Yane,
"That means come along. Oh ho, but you'll enjoy his signals, since he is too shy to speak."
Imboden raked Tausig with a look of withering scorn, then turned and strutted across the yard, with Eyeless and Yane following. Where the stone steps rose to the porch, Imboden made another small gesture, no more than a twitch of the finger. From the gate, Tausig bawled,
"That means he wants you to wait there."
With a chortling hoot of laughter, Tausig went his way. Minutes passed. Eyeless became restless. Urgencies began to work upon him. He looked toward the gate and the open country beyond. "Perhaps now is the time," he muttered to Yane. "There may never be a better."
"There may never be a worse," observed Yane. "Tausig waits just yonder. He'd like nothing better than to see us run for it, since now he'd evade the flogging."
The gate, the fields so close, they are tantalizing.
"Inside of 5 minutes they'd have the dogs on us."
Out on the porch came a slight, sad-faced man in gray and yellow livery, short yellow trousers buckled below the knee on black stockings, a gray vest over a yellow shirt. A black bowl-shaped cap concealed his hair, which was evidently clipped short. "I am Cyprian. I have no title. Call me slave master, foreman, intercessor, chief scarling, whatever you like. You will take orders from me, but only because I alone am privileged to speak with Imboden. He converses with the seneschal, who is Scar and is named Sir Kell. He receives those orders from Duke Luhalks, which ultimately are transferred through me to you. Presumably, if you had a message for Duke Luhaltz, you would utter it first to me. What are your names?"
"I am Yane."
"That would seem Ulfish. And you?"
"Eyeless."
"Eyeless. That would be a name from the south. Lyonesse?"
"Trossinette."
"Well, no matter. Origins at Sank, like the kinds of meat in a sausage, are of no interest to anyone. Come with me. I'll find your dress and explain the rules of conduct, which as intelligent men you already know. In simple terms, they are—" Cyprian raised 4 fingers. "First, obey orders exactly. Second, be clean. Third, be as invisible as air. Never intrude upon the Scar attention. I believe that they will not, cannot see a Scarling unless he does something remarkable or noisy. Fourth, and obviously, attempt no escape. It distresses everyone except the dogs, which enjoy snarling men to bits. They can follow scent a month old, and you will be tracked down." Eyeless asked, "What then?" Cyprian laughed a gentle, sad laugh. "Suppose you owned a horse and it persisted in running away. What would you do with it?" "Much would depend on the horse." "Precisely. If it were old, lame, and vicious, you would kill it. If it were young and strong, you would do nothing to limit its ability, but you would send it to where an expert might break its spirit. If it were fit only for the treadmill, you might blind it." "I would do no such things." "In any case, that is the principle. A skilled clerk might lose a foot. The best to be said of the Scar is that they seldom, if ever, torture. The more useful you make yourself, the easier it goes when the dogs chase you down. Come now to the dormitory. The barber will cut your hair." Eyeless and Yane followed Cyprian through a cool black passage to the Scarling dormitory. The barber pressed a shallow bowl over the head of each in turn and cut their hair off square halfway across the forehead and so around to the back. In a lavatory they stood under a flow of water and washed with soft soap mixed with fine sand, then shaved their faces. Cyprian brought them gray and yellow livery. "Remember, the inconspicuous Scarling finds the least blame. Never address yourself to Imboden. He is more haughty than Duke Luholks himself. Lady Cryo is a kind woman of even disposition, and insists that the Scarling be fed well. Lord Alvix, the oldest son, is erratic and somewhat unpredictable. The Lady Tatzel, the daughter, is pleasant to look at, but is easily vexed. Still, she is not mordant and causes no great difficulties. So long as you move quietly and never turn your head to watch, you will be invisible to them. For a period you must clean floors. This is how we all begin." Ilis had known many fine palaces and rich manor houses. There was, however, at Castle Sank an austere magnificence which impressed him, and which he could not totally comprehend. He discovered neither galleries nor promenades. The chambers communicated by short, often crooked passages. High ceilings tended to be lost in the shadows, thus to give an impression of mysterious space. Windows, narrow and small, perforated the walls at irregular intervals, the glass panes tinting incoming light misty amber or pale blue. Not all the rooms served functions obvious to Ilis, nor indeed did Duke Luholtz, nor his Lady Cryo, nor their children Alvix and Tatzel act according to tenets he comprehended. Each moved about the somber castle as if it were a stage where only this single person acted. All spoke in quiet voices, as often as not using Skahad, a language far older than human history. They seldom laughed. Their only humor seemed to be quiet irony or terse understatement. Each personality was like a citadel. Each often seemed in a state of deep reverie, or caught in a flow of inner ideas more absorbing than conversation. Occasionally one or the other would exhibit sudden flair or extravagance, to be damped as suddenly as it appeared. Ilis, though never far from his own concerns, could not avoid an ever-growing fascination with the folk who inhabited Castle Sank. As a slave he was as inconspicuous as a door. Covertly, Ilis watched the denizens of Castle Sank as they went about the business of their lives. At all times, Duke Luholks, his family, and their associates wore formal costumes of great sophistication, which were changed several times daily according to occasion. The costumes and their appurtenances carried large symbolic freight of an import known only to themselves. On many occasions, Ilis heard fascinating references he found incomprehensible. The family in public or in private demonstrated the formal manners they might have used with strangers. If affection between family members were present, it showed itself in signals too subtle for Ilis's perceptions. Duke Luholks, tall, gaunt, hard of feature, with sea-green eyes, carried himself with decisive and unthinking dignity, at once easy and exact, which Ilis never saw disturbed, as if Luholks, for every contingency, had already an appropriate response. He was the 127th of his line. In the Chamber of Ancient Honors, he displayed ceremonial masks carved in Norway long before the coming of the Urgoths. Lady Cryo, tall and slender, seemed almost unnaturally remote. Even when the ladies of visiting dignitaries were on hand, Ilis often noticed her alone at her loom or carving pear wood bowls. She wore her straight black hair in orthodox style, cut at the level of her jawbones, on the sides and back of the head, higher across the forehead. Lady Tatzel, about 16 years old, was slender and taut, with small, high breasts, narrow flanks like those of a boy, a peculiar zest and energy which seemed to carry her off the ground as she walked. She had a rather charming mannerism of walking, at times with head tilted to the side, a smile trembling on her mouth, at some private amusement known to no one but herself. She wore her hair like her mother and most Skaa women, square across the forehead and below the ears. Her features were engagingly irregular, her personality vivid and direct. Her brother, Lord Alvix, was about Eilis's own age, and of all the family, the most restless and uneasy. He carried himself with a swagger, and spoke with more emphasis than any of the others. According to Cyprian, he had fought 12 battles with distinction, and could claim knighthood in his own right for the foemen he had killed. The duties assigned to Eilis were menial. He was required to clean fireplaces, scrub flagstones, polish bronze lamps, and fill them with oil. The work allowed him access to most of the castle except the sleeping chambers. He worked well enough to satisfy Cyprian and remained sufficiently inconspicuous that Imboden paid him no heed, and during all his waking moments he pondered methods of escape. Cyprian seemed to read his mind. The dogs, the terrible dogs. They are a breed known only to the Skaa. Once they are put on a scent, they never relent. To be sure, Skaalings have been known to escape, sometimes with the aid of magical devices, but sometimes the Skaa also use magic, and the Skaaling is caught up. I thought the Skaa were ignorant of magic. Who knows? Asked Cyprian, extending his arms and spreading his fingers. Magic is quite beyond my understanding. Perhaps the Skaa remember their magic from the far past. There surely are not many Skaa magicians, at least not to my knowledge. I can't believe they'd waste their time capturing escaped slaves. You may well be right. Why should they bother? For every slave to escape, 100 are recaptured, not by magicians, but by dogs. Don't any runaways steal horses? It's been tried, but seldom with success. Skaa horses obey Skaa commands. When a simple doubt or an ulf tries to ride, the horse makes no move, or backs and squats, or it runs in circles, or it throws the rider. Do not think to ride a Skaa horse for your swift escape. Is that what you had in mind? I have nothing in mind, said Eilis rather curtly. Cyprian smiled his melancholy smile. It was for me an obsession at first. Then the years went by, and the yearning became dim, and now I know that never will I be other than what I am, until my 30 years are up. What of Imboden? Has he not been slave 30 years? 10 years ago they were up. For us, Imboden poses as a free man and a Skaa. The Skaa consider him a high-caste Skaaling. He is a bitter and lonely man. His problems have made him strange and queer. One evening, as Eilis and Yane supped on bread and soup, Eilis spoke of Cyprian's preoccupation with escape. Whenever I talk to him, the subject seems to come up. Yane responded with a grunt of sour amusement. That habit has been noticed elsewhere. Perhaps it is only wistful daydreaming or the like. Possibly so. Still, if I planned to depart Castle Sank in haste, I would not first notify Cyprian. To do so would seem a pointless courtesy, especially since I know how to escape Castle Sank, despite horses, dogs, and Cyprian. Yane looked at him sidelong. That is valuable information. Do you plan to share it? In due course. What rivers flow nearby? There is only one of consequence, River Malkish, about 3 miles south. Escapers always make for this river, but it traps them. If they try to float down to the sea, they are drowned in the cataracts. If they wade upstream, dogs search each bank of the river and in due course pick up the trail. The river is a false ally. The Skaa know it better than we do. Eilis nodded and said no more, Thereafter, in his conversations with Cyprian, he spoke of escape only in terms of theory, and Cyprian presently lost interest in the subject. Up to the age of 11 or 12, Ska girls looked and acted like boys. Thereafter they altered, inevitably and properly. Young men and maidens mingled freely, controlled by the formality which regulated all Ska conduct, at least as effectively as vigilant chaperonage. At Castle Sank on sunny afternoons, the young folk resorted to the garden terrace at the south side of the castle, where, according to their mood, they played chess or backgammon, ate pomegranates, bantered with each other in the careful manner which other races thought dull, or watched as one among them challenged that perverse engine known as the hurlo-thrumbo. This device, intended for the training of swordsmen, that they might learn deftness and accuracy, dealt the clumsy challenger a mighty buffet if he failed to thrust into a small swinging target. Lord Alvix, who was vain in his swordsmanship, considered himself expert in the game of outwitting the hurlo-thrumbo, and was always ready to demonstrate his skill, especially when Lady Tatzel brought her friends out upon the terrace. To dramatize his grace and artistry, he had developed a reckless foot-stamping style of attack, which he embellished with flourishes of the sword and ancient Ska war cries. On one such afternoon, 2 of Alvic's friends had already been discomfited by the machine, with nothing to show for their exercise save sore heads. Shaking his own head in mock commiseration, Lord Alvix took a sword from the table and set upon the machine, uttering guttural cries, leaping forward and back, ducking and thrusting, reviling the machine. "Ah, you whirly devil! Strike out at me, would you? Then what about this? And this? Oh, the treachery! Once again! In and out!" As he sprang backward, he toppled a marble urn which broke into shards on the flagstones. Tatzel called out, "Well struck, Alvix. With your awful rump you have destroyed your victim." Her friends looked away and into the sky, with that faint smile which served Ska in the place of laughter. Sir Kell, the seneschal, observing the damage, notified Imboden, who instructed Cyprian. In due course, Eylis was sent to remove the broken urn. He rolled a small barrow out upon the terrace, loaded aboard the marble shards, then swept up the dirt with a broom and a pan. Alvix once again engaged the hurlo-thrumbo with more energy than ever, and so tripped over the barrow to fall among the shards and dirt. Eylis had gone down upon his knees to sweep up the last of the dirt. Alvix jumped erect and kicked Eylis on the buttocks. For a second Eylis remained rigid, then restraint dissolved. Rising to his feet, he shoved Alvix into the hurlo-thrumbo, which caused the padded arm to swing about and deal its usual blow upon the side of Alvix's face. Alvix flourished his sword in a circle. "Villain!" He thrust at Eylis, who ducked back and seized a sword from the table. He fended off Alvix's second thrust, then countered with such ferocity that Alvix was forced back across the terrace. The situation was unprecedented. How could a Skaling outmatch the superb and skillful Alvix? Across the terrace they moved, Alvix trying to attack, but constantly put on the defensive by his opponent's skill. He lunged, Eylis flicked aside his blade, and backed Alvix over the balustrade, with the point of his sword pressing against Alvix's throat. "If this were the battlefield, I could have killed you, easily," spoke Eylis in a voice tense with passion. "Be grateful that now I only trifle with you." Eylis drew back the sword, replaced it on the table. He looked around the group, and his eyes met those of the Lady Tatzel. For a moment their gazes remained in contact, then Eylis turned away, and righting the barrow, once again began to load it with pieces of the marble. Alvix watched brooding from across the terrace. He made his decision and signaled to a Ska guard. Take this cur out behind the stable and kill him." From a balcony overlooking the terrace, Duke Luhalks spoke. "That command, Lord Alvix, does you no credit, and shames both the honor of our house and the justice of our race. I suggest that you rescind it." Alvix stared up at his father. Slowly he turned and spoke in a wooden voice. "Guards, ignore my order." He bowed to his sister and their various guests, who had stood by in frozen-faced fascination. Then he marched from the terrace. Ilis returned to the barrow, finished loading the shards, while Lady Tatzel and her friends conducted a muted conversation, watching him from the corner of their eyes. Ilis paid them no heed. He swept the last of the soil from the flagstones, then wheeled the barrow away. Cyprian communicated his opinion of the affair with a single sad-eyed grimace of reproach, and at supper sat pointedly alone, with his face turned to the door. Yane spoke to Ilis in low tones. "Is it true that you stabbed Alvix with his own sword?" "Not at all. I fenced with him a moment or two. I touched him with my point. It was no great affair." "Not for you. For Alvix it is shame, and so you will suffer." "In what way?" Yane laughed. "He hasn't yet made up his mind." Chapter 23. The main hall at Castle Sank extended from a formal parlor at the western end to a retiring room for visiting ladies at the east. Along the way, tall, narrow portals opened into various halls and chambers, including the repository, in which were collected curio, clan honors, trophies of battle and engagements at sea, sacred objects. On shelves stood books bound in leather or sheets of beechwood. One wide wall displayed ancestral portraits, burned into panels of bleached birch by the strokes of a red-hot needle. The technique had never altered. The face of a post-glacial chieftain showed lineaments as keen as the portrait of Duke Luhalks, limned 5 years before. In niches beside the entrance stood a pair of sphinxes carved from blocks of black diorite. The tronen, or fetishes of the house. Once each week, Ilis washed the tronen, using warm water mixed with milkweed sap. Midway through the morning, Ilis washed the tronen and wiped them dry with a soft cloth. Looking along the hallway, he saw approaching the Lady Tatzel, slender as a wand in a dark green gown. Black hair bounced beside her intent pale face. She passed Ilis unheeding, leaving in her wake a breath of vaguely floral scent, suggesting the damp herbs of primeval Norway. A few moments later she returned from her errand. Passing Ilis, she halted, then came back, stopped and studied him, detail by detail. Ilis looked up briefly, scowled, and continued with his work. Tatzel satisfied her curiosity and turned to go her way. First she spoke in the most limpid of voices. "With your brown hair, I would take you for a Celt. Still, you look somewhat less coarse." Again Ilis glanced at her. "I am Troyce." Tatzel hesitated on her going. "Troyce, Celt, whatever you may be, have done with wildness. Intractable slaves are gelded." Ilis stopped his work, limp with outrage. Slowly he rose to his feet and, drawing a deep breath, managed to speak in a controlled voice. "I am no slave. I am a nobleman of Trosinet, held captive by a tribe of bandits." Tatzel's mouth drooped, and she turned as if to leave, but she paused. "The world has taught us fury. Otherwise we would yet be in Norway. If you were Ska, you too would take all others either for enemy or slave. There is no one else. So it must be, and so you must submit. Look at me, said Ilis. Do you take me for one to submit? Already you have submitted. I submit now so that later I may bring a choice army to take down Castle Sank, stone by stone, and then you will think with a different logic. Tatzel laughed, tossed her head, and proceeded down the hall. In a storage chamber, Ilis encountered Yane. Castle Sank is becoming oppressive, said Ilis. I will be gelded unless I mend my ways. Alvix is already selecting a knife. In that case, it is time to leave. Yane looked over his shoulder. They were alone. Any time is a good time, were it not for the dogs. The dogs can be fooled. The problem is how to evade Cyprian long enough to reach the river. The dogs won't be fooled by the river. If I can escape the castle, I can escape the dogs. Yane pulled at his chin. Let me consider the problem. Over their supper, Yane said, There is a way to leave the castle, but we must take another man with us. Who is that? His name is Cargus. He works as undercook in the kitchen. Can he be trusted? No more and no less than you or I. What about the dogs? We will need half an hour in the carpenter's shed. The shed is empty at noon. Here is Cyprian, nose to the soup. Cargus stood only an inch taller than Yane, but where Yane was built half askew from sinew and twisted bone, Cargus bulked thick with muscle. The girth of his neck exceeded that of his massive arms. His black hair was cropped short. Small black eyes glittered under heavy black brows. In the kitchen yard he told Yane and Ilis, I have gathered a quart measure of the fungus known as wolfbane. It poisons, but seldom kills. Tonight it goes into the soup and spices the pot pies for the great table. Guts will gurgle tonight everywhere in Castle Sank. Tainted meat will be blamed. Yane grumbled, If you could poison dogs as well, we'd walk away at our ease. A nice thought, but I have no access to the kennels. For their supper, Yane and Ilis ate only bread and cabbage, and watched with gratification as Cyprian consumed 2 bowls of soup. In the morning, as Cargus had predicted, the entire population of the castle suffered cramps of the stomach, together with chills, nausea, fever, hallucinations, and a ringing of the ears. Cargus went to where Cyprian crouched head down over the commissary table, shivering uncontrollably. Cargus cried out in a harsh voice, You must take action! The scullions refuse to stir, and my bins overflow with garbage. Empty them yourself, groaned Cyprian. I cannot put my mind to such trifles. Doom is upon me. I am cook, not scullion. Here, you two, he called out to Yane and Ilis. You can at least walk. Empty my bins and be quick about it. Never, growled Yane. Do it yourself. Cargus turned on Cyprian. My bins must be cleared. Give orders, or I will make a complaint to startle Imboden off his chamber pot. Cyprian waved a feeble hand to Yane and Ilis. Go, you two. Empty this devil his bins, even if you must crawl. Ilis, Yane, and Cargus carried bags of garbage to the rubbish heap and took up the parcels which they had left previously. They set off at a trot across the countryside, keeping to the cover of underbrush and trees. A half-mile east of the castle, they passed over the brow of a hill, and thereafter, without fear of visual detection, made good speed to the southeast, giving a wide berth to the lumber mill. They ran until winded, then walked, then ran again, and within the hour arrived at the river Malkish. At this point, the river flowed broad and shallow, though above it roared down from the mountain through steep ravines, and downstream raced in sullen fury through a set of narrow gorges, where many runaway scaldings had been battered and broken on the rocks. Without hesitation, Ilus, Yane, and Cargus plunged into the stream and waded across, through water often as deep as their chests, with parcels held above their heads. As they neared the opposite bank, they halted to inspect the shore. Nothing immediately suited their purpose, and they waded upstream until they came upon a small beach covered with packed gravel, with a low slope grown over with grass at the back. From their parcels they took the articles which Ilus and Yane had built in the carpenter's shed, stilts, with straw pads tied securely over the ends. Still in the water, they mounted the stilts, and the three waded ashore, disturbing the beach as little as possible. Up the slope they stepped, and the padded stilt ends left neither marks nor odor to excite the hounds. For an hour the three walked on the stilts. At a rivulet they waded into the stream and dismounted to rest. Then once more they took to the stilts, lest their pursuers, failing to pick up a spoor at the river, might cast about in concentric sweeps of ever greater radius. Another hour they stalked on the stilts, up a gradual slope through a sparse forest of stunted pines, where the thin red soil lay in pockets. The land had no utility for cultivation. The few peasants who at one time had collected resin for turpentine, or grazed pigs, had fled the Ska. The fugitives traveled an uninhabited wasteland, which suited them well. At another stream they dismounted from the stilts and sat to rest on a ledge of rock. They drank water and ate bread and cheese from their packs. Listening, they heard no far-off belling of the hounds, but they had come a good distance and expected to hear nothing. Probably their absence had not yet been noticed. The three congratulated themselves that they had possibly a full day's head start over any pursuit. They discarded the stilts and waded upstream in an easterly direction, and presently entered an upland of curious aspect, where ancient pinnacles and crags of decaying black rock rose above valleys once tilled but now deserted. For a space they followed an old rock which led at last to the ruins of an ancient fort. A few miles beyond, the land once again became wild and rose to a region of rolling moors. Rejoicing in the freedom of the high skies, the three set off into the hazy east. They were not alone on the moor. Up from a swale a half-mile south, under 4 flapping black flags, rode a troop of Ska warriors. Galloping forward, they surrounded the fugitives. The leader, a stern-faced baron in black armor, spared them only a single glance and no words whatever. Ropes were attached to the iron collars. The 3 Scalings were led away to the north. Late in the day, the troop met a wagon train loaded with victual of various sorts. At the rear marched 40 men linked neck to neck by ropes. To this column were joined Ilus, Yane, and Cargus, and so, willy-nilly, forced to follow the wagon train north. In due course they entered the kingdom of Dehout and arrived at Politets, that immense fortress guarding the central buttress of the Teach-Tak-Teach and overlooking the plain of shadows. Chapter 24. Where Dehout bordered on North Ulfland, a scarp 80 miles long, the front face of the Teach-Tak-Teach overlooked the plain of shadows. At a place named Politets, the river Tamsaur, flowing down from the snows of Mount Agon, cut a chasm which allowed relatively easy access from Dehout to the moors of North Ulfland. Politets had been fortified as long as men had made war across the Elder Isles. Whoever held Politets controlled the peace of far Dehout. The Ska, upon seizing Politets, began an enormous work to guard the fortress from the west as well as the east, so that it might be totally impregnable. They had closed the defile with masonry walls 30 feet thick, leaving a passage 12 feet wide and 10 feet high, controlled by 3 iron gates, one behind the other. Fortress and scarp showed a single impervious face to the plane of shadows. The better to reconnoiter the plane of shadows, the Ska had started to drive a tunnel out under the plain toward a hillock, overgrown with scrub oak at a distance of a 1/4 mile from the base of the scarp. The tunnel was a project executed with the utmost secrecy, concealed from all but a few Ska of high rank and those who dug the tunnel, Skalings of Category 6, intractables. Upon arrival at Politetz, Ilis, Yane, and Cargus were subjected to a perfunctory inquisition. Then, instead of the maiming or mutilation which they had expected, they were taken to a special barracks, where a company of 40 Skalings were held in isolation, the Tunnel Gang. They worked 10.5-hour shifts with 3 half-hour rest periods. In the barracks, they were guarded by an elite platoon of Ska soldiers and allowed contact with no other persons of Politetz. All realized that they worked as components of a death squad. Upon completion of the tunnel, they would be killed. With death clear and large before them, none of the Skalings worked in haste, a situation which the Ska found easier to accept than to alter. So long as reasonable progress was made, the work was allowed to go its own pace. The routine each day was identical. Each Skaling had his assigned duty. The tunnel, 15 feet below the surface of the plain, ran through shale and compressed silt. 4 men dug at the front face with picks and mattocks. 3 men scooped the detritus into baskets, which were loaded upon barrows and wheeled back down the tunnel to the entrance. The barrows were dumped into hoppers, which were hoisted aloft by a crane, swung over a wagon, emptied, and returned below. A bellows, powered by oxen walking around a windlass, blew air into a leather tube, which led to the tunnel face. As the tunnel advanced, cribbing was set into place so that the overhead and the sides were lined with tarred cedar timbers. Every 2 or 3 days, Ska engineers extended a pair of cords by which the direction of the tunnel was guided and, with a water level, measured horizontal deflection. The water level comes in several forms. The Ska used a pair of wooden troughs 20 feet long with a section 4 inches square. Water in the troughs lay perfectly horizontal. Floats at each end allowed the troughs themselves to be adjusted to the horizontal. By shifting the troughs in succession, the desired horizontal could be extended indefinitely, with an accuracy limited only by the patience of the engineer. A Ska overseer directed the Skalings with a pair of soldiers to enforce discipline, should such control be needed. The overseer and the guards tended to remain at the open end of the tunnel, where the air was cool and fresh. By noting the rate at which the wagons were filled, the overseer could estimate the vigor at which the Skalings performed their duties. If work went well, the Skalings ate well and drank wine with their meals. If they slacked or loitered, their rations dwindled in proportion. 2 shifts worked the tunnel, noon to midnight and midnight to noon. Neither could be said to be preferable, since the Skalings never saw the sun and knew that they were never to see it again. Ilis, Cargus, and Yane were assigned to the noon-midnight shift. Immediately they began to consider escape. The prospects were even more discouraging than those at Castle Sank. Barred doors and suspicious guards confined them off-duty. They worked in a tube similarly sealed against exit. After only 2 days of work, Ilis told Yane and Cargus, "We can escape. It is possible."
"You are more perceptive than I," said Yane.
"Or I," said Cargus. "There is only one single difficulty. We shall need the cooperation of the entire shift. The question becomes, are any so broken that they might betray us?"
"Where would be the motive? Everyone sees his own ghost dancing ahead of him."
"Some persons are traitors by nature. They take pleasure in treachery." The three, squatting by the wall of the chamber in which they spent the off-hours, considered their fellows one by one. Cargus said at last,
"If we share together the prospect of escape, there will be no betrayal."
"We have to assume as much," said Yane. "We have no better choice." 14 men worked the shift, with another 6 whose duties never took them into the tunnel. 14 men bound themselves in a desperate compact, and at once the operation began. The tunnel now reached about 200 yards in an easterly direction under the plain. Another 200 yards remained, through shale, with occasionally an explicit ball of iron-hard blue sandstone, sometimes 3 feet in diameter. Except for the sandstone, the ground yielded to the pick. The face moved forward 10 to 15 feet a day. A pair of carpenters installed cribbing as the tunnel advanced. They left several posts loose so that they might be pulled to the side. In the gap thus cleared, certain members of the gang dug a side tunnel, slanting toward the surface. The dirt was shoveled into baskets, loaded aboard barrows, and transported back precisely like dirt taken from the face of the tunnel. By partially closing 2 men into the side tunnel, and with the rest of the men working somewhat harder, there seemed no lessening of progress. Always someone with a loaded barrow waited 30 yards from the start of the tunnel should the overseer decide to make an inspection, in which case the lookout jumped on the ventilation tube to warn his fellows. If necessary, he was prepared to turn over his barrow ostensibly by accident, so as to delay the overseer. Then, when the overseer passed, the barrow was rolled so as to flatten the ventilation tube. The far end became so stifling that the overseer spent as little time as possible in the tunnel. The side tunnel, dug 5 feet high and 3 feet wide, and slanting sharply upward, went swiftly, and the diggers probed continually with cautious strokes, lest in their zeal they strike a great hole into the surface which might be visible from the fortress. At last they found roots of grasses and shrubs, then dark topsoil, and they knew the surface was close above. At sunset, the tunnel scholings took their supper in a chamber at the head of the tunnel, then returned to work. 10 minutes later, Eyeless went to summon Kildred, the overseer, a tall scaw of middle age, with a scarred face, a bald head, and a manner remote even for a scaw. As usual, Kildred sat gaming with the guards. He looked over his shoulder at the approach of Eyeless. "What now?" "The diggers have struck a dike of blue rock. They want rock splitters and drills."
"Rock splitters? What tools are these?"
"I don't know. I just carry messages." Kildred muttered a curse and rose to his feet.
"Come, let us look at this blue dike."
He stalked into the tunnel, followed by Eyeless, through the murky orange flicker of oil lamps to the tunnel face. When he bent to look for the blue dike, Cargus struck him with an iron bar, killing him at once. The time was now twilight. The crew gathered by the side tunnel where the diggers were now striking up at the soft topsoil. Eyeless wheeled a barrow of dirt to the end chamber. "There will be no more dirt for a time," he told the winch tender in a voice loud enough for the guards to hear. "We have hit a load of rock." The guards looked over their shoulders, then returned to their dice. The winch tender followed Eyeless back into the tunnel. The escape tunnel was open. The scholings climbed out into late twilight, including the winch tender who knew nothing of the plot but was happy to escape. All lay flat in the sedge and sawgrass. Eyeless and Yane, the last men to depart the tunnel, pulled the supporting posts back in place, leaving no clue as to their function. Once on the surface, they wedged the escape hole tight with bracken, pounded dirt into the choked hole, and transplanted grass. "Let them think magic," said Eyeless. "All the better if they do." The erstwhile scholings ran crouching across the plain of shadows, through the gathering dark, eastward and ever deeper into the kingdom of Dehout. Politetz, the great Skaw fortress, loomed black on the sky behind them. The group paused to look back. "Scar," said Ilis, "you strange, dark-souled folk from the past. Next time we meet, I will carry a sword. You owe me dear for the pain you put on me and the labor you took from me." An hour of running, trotting, and walking brought the band to the Glodin River, whose headwaters included the Tamsour. The moon, almost full, rose above the river, laying a trail of moonlight on the water. Beside the moon-silvered veils of an enormous weeping willow, the band paused to rest and discuss their situation. Ilis told them, "We are 15, a strong band. Some of you want to go home, others may have no homes to go to. I can offer prospects if you will join me in what I must do. I have a quest. First it takes me south to Taktor, then I can't say where, perhaps to Haut, to find my son. Then we will go to Trossenet, where I control wealth, honor, and estate. Those of you who follow me as my comrades to join my quest, and so I hope, to return with me to Trossenet, will profit well, I swear it. I will grant them good lands, and they shall bear the title Knight Companion. Be warned, the way is dangerous. First to Taktor beside Tinsinfirel, then who knows where. So choose. Go your own way or come with me, for here is where we part company. I will cross the river and travel south with my companions. The rest would do well to travel east across the plain and into the settled parts of Dahout. Who will come with me?"
"I am with you,"
said Cargus.
"I have nowhere else to go."
"And I," said Yane. "We joined ourselves during dark days," said one called Qualls. "Why separate now, especially since I crave land and knighthood?" In the end, 5 others went with Ilis. They crossed the Glodin by a bridge and followed a road which struck off to the south. The others, mostly Doubt, chose to go their own ways and continued east beside the Glodin. The 7 who had joined Ilis were first Yane and Cargus, then Garstang, Qualls, Bode, Sharis, and Farfisk, a disparate group. Yane and Cargus were short, Qualls and Bode were tall. Garstang, who spoke little of himself, displayed the manners of a gentleman, while Farfisk, massive, fair, and blue-eyed, declared himself the bastard of a Gothic pirate upon a Celtic fisherwoman. Sharis, who was not so old as Ilis, was distinguished by a handsome face and a pleasant disposition. Farfisk, on the other hand, was as ugly as pox, burns and scars could make him. He had been racked by a petty baron of South Ulfland. His hair had whitened, and rage was never far from his face. Qualls, a runaway Irish monk, was irresponsibly jovial and declared himself as good a wencher as any bully bishop of Ireland. Though the band now stood well inside Dahout, the proximity of Politets cast an oppression across the night, and the entire company set off together down the road. As they walked, Garstang spoke to Ilis. "It is necessary that we have an understanding. I am a knight of Lyonesse, from the castle Toinbo, in the duchy of Ellesmere. Since you are Trois, we are nominally at war. That, of course, is nonsense, and I earnestly cast my lot with yours, until we enter Lyonesse, when we must go our separate ways." "So it shall be, but see us now, in slave clothes and iron collars, slinking through the night like scavenger dogs, 2 gentlemen indeed, and lacking money, we must steal to eat, like any other band of vagabonds." "Other hungry gentlemen have made similar compromises. We shall steal side by side, so that neither may scorn the other. And I suggest that if at all possible, we steal from the rich, though the poor are somewhat easier prey. Circumstances must guide us. Dogs are barking. There is a village ahead, and almost certainly a smithy." "At this hour of the night he will be soundly asleep." "A kind-hearted smith might rouse himself to help a desperate group such as ours." "Or we might rouse him ourselves." Ahead, the houses of a village showed gray in the moonlight. The streets were empty. No light showed save from the tavern, from which came the sounds of boisterous revelry. "Tomorrow must be a holiday," said Garstang. "Notice in the square where the cauldron is ready to boil an ox. A prodigious cauldron indeed, but where is the smithy? It must be yonder along the road, if it exists." The group passed through town and near the outskirts discovered the smithy at the front of a stone dwelling in which showed a light. Ilis went to the door and rapped politely. After a long pause, the door was slowly opened by a youth of 17 or 18. He seemed depressed, even haggard, and when he spoke his voice cracked with strain. "Sir, who are you? What do you want here?" "Friend, we need the help of a smith. This very day we escaped the scar, and we cannot abide these detestable collars another instant." The young man stood irresolutely. "My father is smith to Vervold, this village. I am Elric, his son. But since he will never again work his trade, I am now smith. Come along to the shop." He brought a lamp and led the way to the smithy. "I fear that your work must be an act of charity," said Ilis. "We can pay only the iron of the collars, since we have nothing else." "No matter." The young smith's voice was listless. One by one, the 8 fugitives knelt beside the anvil. The smith plied hammer and chisel to cut the rivets. One by one, the men arose to their feet, free of the collars. Ilis asked, "What happened to your father? Did he die?" "Not yet. Tomorrow morning is his time. He will be boiled in a cauldron and fed to the dogs." "That is bad news. What was his crime?" "He committed an outrage." Elric's voice was somber. "When Lord Ailey stepped from his carriage, my father struck him in the face and kicked his body and caused Lord Ailey's pain." "Insolence, at the very least. What provoked him so?" "The work of nature. My sister is 15 years old. She is very beautiful. It was natural that Lord Ailey should want to bring her to fair Aprillian to warm his bed, and who would deny him had she assented to his proposal? But she would not go, and Lord Ailey sent his servants to bring her. My father, though a smith, is impractical, and thought to set things right by beating and kicking Lord Ailey's. He now, for his mistake, must boil in a cauldron." "Lord Haley's, is he rich?" "He lives at fair Aprillian, in a mansion of 60 chambers. He keeps a stable of fine horses. He eats larks, oysters, and meats roasted with cloves and saffron, with white bread and honey. He drinks of both white and red wines. There are rugs on his floors and silks on his back. He dresses 20 cutthroats in gaudy uniforms and calls them paladins. They enforce all his edicts, and many of their own." "There is good reason to believe that Lord Haley's is rich," said Ilis. "I resent Lord Haley's," said Sir Garstang. "Wealth and noble birth are excellent circumstances coveted by all. Still, the rich nobleman should enjoy his distinction with propriety, and never bring shame to his estate as Lord Haley's has done. In my opinion, he must be chastised, fined, humiliated, and deprived of 8 or 10 of his fine horses." "Those are exactly my views," said Ilis. He turned back to Elric. "Lord Haley's commands only 20 soldiers?" "Yes, and also Chief Archer Hunolt, the executioner. And tomorrow morning all will come to Vervold to witness the ceremony, and fair Aprillian will be deserted." Elric uttered a yelp of near hysterical laughter. "So while my father boils, you rob the mansion?" Ilis asked, "How can he boil if the cauldron leaks water?" "The cauldron is sound. My father mended it himself." "What is done can be undone. Bring hammer and chisels, and we will punch some holes." Elric slowly took up the tools. "It will cause delay, but what then?" "At the very least, your father will not boil so soon." The group left the smithy and returned to the square. As before, all houses were dark, save for the yellow flicker of candlelight from the tavern, from which issued a voice raised in song. Through the moonlight, the group approached the cauldron. Eyeless motioned to Elric. "Strike!" Elric set his chisel against the cauldron and struck hard with his hammer to create a dull clanging sound, like a muffled gong stroke. Again! Once more Elric struck. The chisel cut the iron, and the cauldron no longer was whole. Elric cut 3 more holes, and a 4th for good measure, then stood back in mournful exultation. "Though they boil me as well, I can never regret this night's work." "You shall not be boiled, nor your father either. Where is fair Aprillian?" "The lane leads yonder, between the trees." The door to the tavern opened. Outlined against the rectangle of yellow candlelight, 4 men staggered out upon the square, where they engaged in raucous repartee. "Those are Haley's soldiers?" Eyeless asked. "Quite so, and each a brute in his own right." "Quick then, behind the trees yonder, we will do some summary justice, and also reduce the 20 to 16. Elric made a dubious protest. "We have no weapons." "What? Are you folk of Vervold all cowards? We outnumber them 9 to 4. Elric had nothing to say. "Come, quick now," said Eyeless. "Since we have become thieves and assassins, let us act the part." The group ran across the square and hid in the shrubbery beside the lane. 2 great elms to either side filtered the moonlight to lay a silver filigree across the road. The 9 men found sticks and stones, then waited. The silence of the night was only enhanced by the voices across the square. Minutes passed, then the voices grew louder. The paladins came into view, lurching, weaving, complaining, and belching. One called out to Zintra Lilai, goddess of the night, that she might hold the firmament more steady. Another cursed him for his loose legs and urged him to crawl on hands and knees. The third could not control an idiotic chortle for a humorous episode known only to himself, or possibly to no one whatever. The 4th tried to hiccup in time with his steps. The 4 approached. There was a sudden thudding of feet, the sound of hammer breaking into bone, gasps of terror. In seconds, 4 drunken paladins became 4 corpses. "Take their weapons," said Eyeless. "Drag them behind the hedge." The group returned to the smithy and bedded down as best they might. In the morning they rose early, ate porridge and bacon, then armed themselves with what weapons Elric could provide: an old sword, a pair of daggers, iron bars, a bow with a 12 arrows, which Yane at once took into custody. They disguised their grey, scowling smocks in such old torn or discarded garments as the smith's household could provide. In this style they went to the square, where they found a few dozen folk standing aloof to the sides, scowling toward the cauldron and muttering together. Elric discovered a pair of cousins and an uncle. They went home, armed themselves with bows, and joined the group. Chief Archer Hunnelt came first down the lane from fair Aprillian, followed by 4 guards and a wagon carrying a beehive-shaped cage, in which sat the condemned man. He kept his eyes fixed on the floor of the cage and looked up only once, across the square to the cauldron. Behind marched 2 more soldiers, these armed with swords and bows. Hunnelt, halting his horse, noticed the damage done to the cauldron.
"Here's treachery!" he cried. "Breakage upon his lordship's property! Who has done this deed?"
His voice rang around the square. Heads turned, but no one answered. He turned to one of his soldiers.
"Go you! Fetch the smith!"
"The smith is in this cage, sir."
"Then fetch the new smith! It is all one."
"There he stands, sir."
"Smith, come here at once. The cauldron needs mending."
"So I see."
"Repair it on the quick, so that we may do what must be done."
Elric replied in a surly voice. "I am a smith. That is tinker's work."
"Smith, tinker, call yourself what you like, only fix that pot with good iron and quickly."
Will you have me mend the pot in which to boil my father?" Hunold chuckled.
"There is irony here, agreed, but it only illustrates the impartial majesty of his lordship's justice. So then, unless you care to join your father in the pot to bubble face to face, as you can see there is adequate room, mend the pot."
"I must fetch tools and rivets."
"Be quick."
Elric went to the smithy for tools. Ilus and his troop had already slipped away up the lane toward fair Aprillian to prepare an ambush. Half an hour passed. The gates opened. Lord Hales rode forth in his carriage with a guard of 8 soldiers. Yane and Elric's uncle and cousins stepped out into the lane behind the column. They bent their bows, loosed arrows, once, twice. The others, who had remained concealed, rushed out, and in 15 seconds the killing was done. Lord Hales was disarmed and, ashen-faced, pulled from the carriage. Now, well armed, the troop returned to the square. Hunold stood over Elric, ensuring that he repaired the cauldron at best speed. At near range, Bode, Qualls, Yane, and all the others who carried bows loosed a flight of arrows, and 6 more of Hales' paladins died. Elric struck Hunold's foot with his hammer. Hunold screamed and sagged on the broken foot. Elric struck at the other foot with even greater force to crush it flat, and Hunold fell writhing upon his back. Elric released his father from the cage. "Fill the cauldron!" cried Elric. "Bring the faggots!" He dragged Hales to the cauldron. "You ordained a boiling, you shall have one!" Hales staggered and stared aghast at the cauldron. He babbled entreaties, then screamed threats to no effect. He was trussed up, knees high, and seated in the cauldron, and Hunold was placed beside him. Water filled the cauldron to cover their chests, and fire was given to the faggots. Around the cauldron, the folk of Vervold leapt and capered in a delirium of excitement. Presently they joined hands and danced around the cauldron in 3 concentric circles. 2 days later, Ilus and his troop departed Vervold. They wore good clothes, boots of soft leather, and carried corslets of the finest chainmail. Their horses were the best the stable at fair Aprillian could provide, and in their saddlebags they carried gold and silver. Their number was now 7. At a banquet, Ilus had advised the village elders to select one from among their number to serve as their new lord. Otherwise, another lord of the neighborhood will arrive with his troops and declare himself lord of the domain. "The prospect has troubled us," said the smith. "Still, we at the village are too close. We know all each other's secrets, and none could command a proper respect. We prefer a strong and honest stranger for the office, one of good heart and generous spirit, one who will meet fair justice, levy a light rent, and abuse his privileges no more than absolutely necessary. In short, we ask that you yourself, Sir Ilus, become the new lord of fair Aprillian and its domains." "Not I," said Ilus. "I have urgent deeds to do, and already I am late. Choose someone else to serve you."
"Sir Garstang, then, would be our choice."
"Well chosen," said Ilus. "He is of noble blood, he is brave and generous."
"Not I,"
said Sir Garstang. "I have domains of my own elsewhere, which I am anxious to see once more."
"Well then, what of you others?"
"Not I," said Bode. "I am a restless man. What I seek is to be found in the far places."
"Not I," said Yane. "I am one for the tavern, not the hall. I would shame you with my wenching and revelry." "Not I," said Cargus. "You would not wish a philosopher for your lord."
"Nor a bastard Goth," said Farfisk. Qualls spoke in a thoughtful voice. "It would seem that I am the only qualified possibility. I am noble, like all Irishmen. I am just, forbearing, honorable. I also play the lute and sing, and so I can enliven the village festivals with frolics and antics. I am generous, but not grandiose. At marriages and hangings I am sober and reverent. Ordinarily I am easy, gay, and lightsome. Further, enough, enough, cried Ilus. Plainly you are the man for the job. Lord Qualls, give us leave to depart your domain. Sir, the permission is yours, and my good wishes go with you. I will often wonder as to how you are faring, and my Irish wildness will give me a twinge. But on winter nights, when rain spits at the windows, I will hold my feet to the fire, drink red wine, and be happy that I am Lord Qualls of fair Aprillian. The seven rode south along an old road which, according to folk at Vervold, swung southwest around the forest of Tondreval, then turned south eventually to become the Trompada. No one at Vervold had ventured far in this direction, nor any other direction in most cases, and no one could offer sensible information as to what might be encountered. For a space the road went by haphazard curves and swoops, left, right, up hill, down dale, following a placid river for a time, then angling away through the dim forest. Peasants tilled the meadows and herded cattle. 10 miles from Vervold the peasants had become a different sort, dark of hair and eye, slight of physique, wary to the point of hostility. As the day progressed, the land became harsh, the hills abrupt, the meadows stony. The tillages were less frequent. Late in the afternoon they came to a hamlet, no more than a group of farmhouses built close together for mutual protection and simple conviviality. Ilus paid over a gold piece to the patriarch of one household. In return, the troop was provided a great supper of pork grilled over vine cuttings, broad beans and onions, oat bread and wine. The horses were fed hay and stabled in a barn. The patriarch sat for a time with the group to make sure that all ate well and relaxed his taciturnity, so much that he put questions to Ilus. "What sort of folk might you be?" Ilus pointed around the group. "A Goth, a Celt, Ulfish yonder, there a Galician." This was Cargus. "And yonder a knight of Lyonesse. I am Troyes. We are a mixed group, assembled, if the truth be known, against our will by the Skaa." "I have heard speak of the Skaa," said the old man. "They will never dare set foot in these parts. We are not many, but we are furious when aroused." "We wish you long life," said Ilus, "and many happy feasts like that you have set before us tonight." "Bah! That was but a hasty collation arranged for unexpected guests. Next time give us notice of your coming." "Nothing would suit us better," said Ilus. "Still, it is a long, hard way, and we are not home yet. What lies along the road to the south?" "We hear conflicting reports. Some speak of ghosts, others of ogres. Some have been harassed by bandits. Others complain of imps riding like knights on armored herons. It is hard to separate fact from hysteria. I can only recommend caution." The road became no more than a wide trail, winding south into hazy distance. The forest of Tondreval could be seen to the left, and the stone cliffs of the Teach-Tack-Teach rose sheer to the right. The farmsteads finally disappeared, though occasional huts and a ruined castle used as a shelter for sheep testified to a sparse population. In one of the old huts, the seven stopped to take shelter for the night. The great forest here loomed close at hand. At intervals, Ilus heard strange sounds from the forest which sent tingles along his skin. Sherris stood listening in fascination, and Ilus asked what he heard. "Can you not hear it?" asked Sherris, his eyes glowing. "It is music. I have never heard its like before." Ilus listened for a moment. "I hear nothing. It comes and goes." Now it has stopped. "Are you sure it isn't the wind?" "What wind? The night is calm." "If it is music, you should not listen. In these parts magic is always close, to the peril of ordinary men." With a trace of impatience, Sherris asked, How can I not listen to what I want to hear, when it tells me things I want to know? This goes beyond me, said Ilus. He rose to his feet. I am for bed. Tomorrow we ride long and far. Ilus set watches, marking off 2-hour periods by the sweep of the stars. Bode took the first watch alone, then Garstang and Farfisk, then Yane and Cargus, and finally Ilus and Sherris. And the troop made themselves as comfortable as possible. Almost reluctantly, Sherris settled himself, but quickly fell asleep, and Ilus gratefully did the same. When Arcturus reached its appointed place, Ilus and Sherris were aroused and began their sentry duty. Ilus noticed that Sherris no longer gave his attention to sounds from the night. Ilus asked softly, "What of the music? Do you hear it still?" "No, it moved away even before I slept." "I wish I might have heard it." "That might not serve you well." "How so?" "You might become as I am, to your sorrow." Ilus laughed, if somewhat uneasily. "You are not the worst of men. How could I so damage myself?" Sherris stared into the fire. At last he spoke, half musing. "For a fact, I am ordinary enough. If anything, much too ordinary. My fault is this: I am easily distracted by quirks and fancies. As you know, I hear inaudible music. Sometimes when I look across the landscape, I glimpse a flicker of motion. When I look in earnest, it moves just past the edge of vision. If you were like me, your quest might be delayed or lost, and so your question is answered." Ilus stirred the fire. "I sometimes have sensations, whims, fancies, whatever you call them, of the same kind. I don't give them much thought. They are not so insistent as to cause me concern." Sherris laughed humorlessly. "Sometimes I think I am mad. Sometimes I am afraid. There are beauties too large to be born unless one is eternal." He stared into the fire and gave a sudden nod. "Yes, that is the message of the music." Ilus spoke uncomfortably. "Sherris, my dear fellow, I think you are having hallucinations. You are over-imaginative. It is as simple as that." "How could I imagine so grandly? I heard it. You did not. There are 3 possibilities. Either my mind is playing me tricks, as you suggest, or secondly, my perceptions are more acute than yours, or thirdly, and this is the frightening thought, the music is meant for me alone." Ilus made a skeptical sound. "Truly, you would do best to put these strange sounds from your mind. If men were intended to probe such mysteries, or if such mysteries actually exist, surely we would know more about them." "Possibly so. Tell me when next these perceptions come on you." "If you wish." Dawn came slowly, from gray through pearl to peach. By the time the sun had appeared, the 7 were on their way, through a pleasant, if deserted, landscape. At noon they came to a river which Ilus thought must be the Sis, on its way to join the Glodon, and the rest of the day they followed the riverbank south. Halfway through the afternoon, heavy clouds drifted across the sky. A damp, cold wind began to blow, carrying the sound of distant thunder. Close on sunset, the road arrived at a stone bridge of 5 arches and a crossroads, where the east-west road, emerging from Forest Tantreval, crossed the Trumpata and continued through a cleft in the mountains to end at Owaldis in South Ulfland. Beside the crossroads, with the rain starting to fall in earnest, the 7 came upon an inn, the Star and Unicorn. They took their horses to the stable and entered the inn, to find a cheerful fire burning in a massive fireplace. Behind a counter stood a tall, thin man, bald of pate, with a long black beard overhanging his chest, a long nose overhanging his beard, and a pair of wide black eyes half overhung by eyelids. Beside the fire, 3 men crouched like conspirators over their beer. the brims of low-crowned black hats shading their faces. At another table, a man with a thin, high-bridged nose and a fine auburn mustache, wearing handsome garments of dark blue and umber, sat alone. Ilis spoke to the innkeeper. "We will want lodging for the night, and the best you can provide in the way of supper. Also, if you please, send someone to care for our horses." The innkeeper bowed politely, but without warmth. "We shall do our best to fulfill your desires." The 7 went to sit before the fire, and the innkeeper brought wine. The 3 men, hunching over their table, inspected them covertly and muttered among themselves. The gentleman in dark blue and umber, after a single glance, returned to his private reflections. The 7, relaxing by the fire, drank wine with easy throats. Presently Yane called the service girl to his side.
"Now, Poppet, how many pitchers of wine have you served us?"
3, sir."
"Correct. Now, each time you bring a pitcher to the table, you must come to me and pronounce its number. Is that clear?"
"Yes, sir." The landlord strode on jackstraw legs across the room.
"What is the trouble, sir?" "No trouble whatever. The girl tallies the wine as we drink it, and there can be no mistakes in the score." "Bah, you must not addle the creature's mind with such calculations. I keep score yonder." "And I do the same here, and the girl keeps a running balance between us." The landlord threw his arms in the air and stalked off to his kitchen, from which he presently served the supper. The 2 service girls, standing somber and watchful in the shadows, came forward deftly to refill goblets and bring fresh pitchers, each time chanting its number to Yane, while the landlord, again leaning sourly behind his counter, kept a parallel score and wondered if he dared water the wine. Ilis, who drank as much as any, leaned back in his chair and contemplated his comrades as they sat at ease. Garstang, no matter what the circumstances, might never disguise his gentility. Bode, liberated by the wine, forgot his fearsome countenance to become unexpectedly droll. Sherris, like Ilis, sat back in his chair enjoying the comfort. Farfisk told coarse anecdotes with great gusto and teased the serving girls. Yane spoke little but seemed to take a sardonic pleasure in the high spirits of his friends. Cargus, on the other hand, stared morosely into the fire. Ilis, sitting beside him, finally asked, "What troubles you that your thoughts bring gloom upon you?" "I think a mixture of thoughts," said Cargus. "They come at me in a medley. I remember old Galicia, and my father and mother, and how I wandered away from their old age when I might have stayed and sweetened their days. I reflect on the scar and their harsh habits. I think of my immediate condition, with food in my belly, gold in my pouch, and my good companions around me, which gives me to ponder the fluxes of life, and the brevity of such moments as these. And now you know the cause for my melancholy."
"That is clear enough," said Ilis. "For my part, I am happy that we sit here rather than out in the rain, but I am never free of the rage which smoulders in my bones. Perhaps it will never leave me, despite all revenge."
"You are still young," said Cargus. "Tranquility will come in time."
"As to that, I can't say. Vindictiveness may be a graceless emotion, but I will never rest until I redress certain deeds done upon me."
"I much prefer you as a friend than an enemy,"
said Cargus. The 2 men fell silent. The gentleman in umber and dark blue, who had been sitting quietly to the side, rose to his feet and approached Ilis.
"Sir, I notice that you and your companions conduct yourselves in the manner of gentlemen, tempering your enjoyment with dignity. Allow me, if you will, to utter a probably unnecessary warning."
"Speak, by all means."
"The 2 girls yonder are patiently waiting. They are less demure than they seem. When you rise to retire, the older will solicit you to intimacy. While she entertains you with her meager equipment, the other rifles your purse. They share the gleanings with the landlord."
"Incredible! They are so small and thin." The gentleman smiled ruefully. "This was my own view when last I drank here to excess. Good night, sir." The gentleman went off to his chamber. Eyeless conveyed the intelligence to his companions. The two girls faded away into the shadows, and the landlord brought no more fuel to the fire. Presently the seven staggered off to the straw pallets which had been laid down for them, and so, with the rain hissing and thudding on the thatch overhead, all slept soundly. In the morning the seven awoke to find that the storm had passed, allowing sunlight of blinding brilliance to illuminate the land. They were served a breakfast of black bread, curds, and onions. While Eyeless settled accounts with the innkeeper, the others went to prepare the horses for the road. Eyeless was startled by the score. "What? So much? For 7 men of modest tastes? You drank a veritable flood of wine. Here is an exact tally, 19 pitchers of my best Carhound red." "One moment," said Eyeless. He called in Yane. "We are in doubt as to the tally of last night. Can you assist us in any way?"
"Indeed I can. We were served 12 pitchers of wine. I wrote the number on paper and gave it to the girl. The wine was not Carhound. It was drawn from that cask yonder marked Corriente, 2 pennies per pitcher."
"Ah!" exclaimed the landlord. "I see my mistake. This is a tally from the night before, when we served a party of 10 noblemen." Eyeless scrutinized the score again. "Now then, what is this sum?" "Miscellaneous services." "I see. The gentleman who sat at the table yonder, who is he?" "That would be Sir Descondal, younger son to Lord Maudelet of Grey Phosphora, over the bridge and into Ulfland." "Sir Descondal was kind enough to warn us of your maids and their predatory mischief. There were no miscellaneous services." "Really? In that case I must delete this item. And here, horses, stabling, fodder, and drink. Could 7 horses occupy such luxurious expanses, eat so much hay, and swill down so much valuable water as to justify the sum of 13 florins?" "Aha! You misread the figure, as did I in my grand total. The figure should be 2 florins. "I see." Eyeless returned to the account. "Your eels are very dear. They are out of season." Eyeless finally paid the amended account. He asked, "What lies along the road?" "Wild country. The forest closes in and all is gloom." "How far to the next inn?" "Quite some distance." "You have travelled the road yourself?" "Through Tantreval Forest? Never." "What of bandits, footpads, and the like?" "You should have put the question to Sir Descondal. He seems to be the authority on such offences." "Possibly so, but he was gone before the thought occurred to me. Well, no doubt we shall manage." The 7 set off along the road. The river swung away, and the forest closed in from both sides. Yane, riding in the lead, caught a flicker of movement among the leaves. He cried out, "Down, all! Down in the saddle!" He dropped to the ground, snapped arrow to bow, and launched a shaft into the gloom, arousing a wail of pain. Meanwhile, a volley of arrows had darted from the forest. The riders, ducking to Yane's cry, were unscathed except for the ponderous Farfisk, who took an arrow in the chest and died instantly. Dodging, crouching low, his fellows charged into the forest, flourishing steel. Yane relied on his bow. He shot 3 more arrows, striking into a neck, a chest, and a leg. Within the forest there were groans, the crashing of bodies, cries of sudden fear. One man tried to flee. Bode sprang upon his back, bore him to the ground, and there disarmed him. Silence, save for panting and groans. Yane's arrows had killed 2 and disabled 2 more. These 2 and 2 others lay draining their blood into the forest mold. The 3 rough-clad men who the night before had sat in the inn over wine were among them. Eyeless turned to Bode's captive and performed a slight bow as a knightly courtesy. "Sir Descondal, The landlord declared you an authority upon the region's footpads, and now I understand his reason. Cargus, be good enough to throw a rope over the stout bough yonder. Sir Deskendall, last night I knew gratitude for your sage advice, but today I wonder if your motives might not have been simple avarice, that our gold might be reserved for your own use. Sir Deskendall demurred. Not altogether. I intended first to spare you the humiliation of robbery by a pair of twitterlings. Then that was an act of gentility. A pity that we cannot spend an hour or two in an exchange of civilities. I am nothing loath, said Sir Deskendall. Time presses. Bode, bind Sir Deskendall's arms and legs, so that he need not perform all manner of graceless postures. We respect his dignity no less than he does ours. That is very good of you, said Sir Deskendall. Now then, Bode, Cargus, Garsgang, heave away hard, hoist Sir Deskendall high. Farfisk was buried in the forest under a filigree of sun and shadow. Yane wandered among the corpses and recovered his arrows. Sir Deskendall was lowered, the rope reclaimed, coiled and hung on the saddle of Farfisk's tall black horse. Without a backward glance, the company of 6 rode away through the forest. Silence, emphasized rather than broken by far sweet bird calls, closed in on them. As the day wore on, the sunlight passing through foliage became charged with a tawny suffusion, creating shadows dark, deep, and tinged with maroon or mauve or dark blue. No one spoke. Hooves made only muffled sounds. At sundown, the 6 halted beside a small pond. At midnight, while Ilis and Sherris were on watch, a company of pale blue lights twinkled and flickered through the forest. An hour later, a voice in the distance spoke 3 distinct words. They were unintelligible to Ilis, but Sherris rose to his feet and raised his head almost as if to reply. In wonder, Ilis asked, "Did you understand the voice?" "No." "Then why did you start to answer?" "It was almost as if he were talking to me." "Why should he do that?" "I don't know. Such things frighten me." Ilis asked no more questions. The sun rose, the 6 ate bread and cheese, and continued on their way. The landscape opened to glades and meadows. Outcrops of crumbling gray rock lay across the road. Trees grew gnarled and twisted. During the afternoon, the sky turned hazy. The sunlight became golden and wan, like the light of autumn. Clouds drifted from the west, ever heavier and more menacing. Not far from where the road crossed the head of a long meadow, at the back of a formal garden, stood a palace of gracious, if fanciful, architecture. A portal of carved marble guarded the entry, which was carefully raked with gravel. In the doorway of the gatehouse stood a gatekeeper in a livery of dark red and blue diaper. The 6 halted to inspect the palace, which offered the prospect of shelter for the night, if ordinary standards of hospitality were in force. Ilis dismounted and approached the gatehouse. The gatekeeper bowed politely. He wore a wide hat of black felt low down his forehead and a small black domino across the top of his face. Beside him leaned a ceremonial halberd. He carried no other weapons. Ilis spoke. "Who is lord of the palace yonder?" "This is Villa Meroe, a simple country retreat where my lord Daldas takes pleasure in the company of his friends." "This is a lonely region for such a villa." "That is the case, sir." "We do not wish to trouble Lord Daldas, but perhaps he might allow us shelter for the night." "Why not proceed directly to the villa? Lord Daldas is generous and hospitable." Ilis turned to appraise the villa. "In all candor, I am uneasy. This is the forest Tundraval, and there is a shimmer of enchantment to this place, and we would prefer to avoid events beyond our understanding." The gatekeeper laughed. Sir, your caution is in some degree well-founded. Still, you may safely take shelter in the villa, and no one will offer you harm. Those enchantments which affect revelers at Villa Meroe will pass you by. Eat only your own victual, drink only the wine now in your possession. In short, take none of the food or drink which is sure to be offered, and the enchantments will serve only to amuse you. And if we were to accept food and drink, you might be delayed in your mission, sir. Ilus turned to his companions, who had gathered at his back. You heard this man's remarks. He seems truthful, and speaks, so it seems, without duplicity. Shall we risk enchantment, or a night riding through the storm? So long as we use only our own provisions and take nothing served within, we would seem to be secure, said Garstang. Is that right, friend gatekeeper? Sir, that is quite correct. Then I, for one, would prefer bread and cheese in the comfort of the villa to the same bread and cheese in the wind and rain of the night. That is a reasonable analysis, said Ilus. What of you others? Bode?
I would ask this good gatekeeper why he wears the domino.
Sir, that is the custom here, which in all courtesy you should obey. If you choose to visit Villa Meroe, you must wear the domino I will give you. It is most odd, murmured Sherris, and most intriguing. Cargus, Yane? The place reeks of magic, growled Yane. It frightens me none, said Cargus. I know a cantrip against enchantments. I will eat bread and cheese and turn my face away from the marvels. So be it, said Ilus. Gatekeeper, please announce us to Lord Daldas. This is Sir Garstang, a knight of Lyonesse. These are the gentlemen Yane, Sherris, Bode, and Cargus of various parts, and I am Ilus, a gentleman of Trosinet. Lord Daldas, through his magic, already expects you, said the gatekeeper. Be good enough to wear these dominoes. You may leave your horses here, and I will have them ready for you in the morning. Naturally, take with you your meat and drink. The six walked the gravelled path, through the garden and across a terrace to Villa Meroe. The setting sun, shining for an instant under the lowering clouds, cast a shaft of light at the doorway, where stood a tall man in a splendid costume of dark red velvet. Black hair, clipped short, curled close to his head. A short beard shrouded jaws and chin. A black domino masked his eyes. Gentlemen, I am Lord Daldas, and you are welcome to Villa Meroe, where I hope you will be comfortable for as long as you care to stay. Our thanks, your lordship. We will trouble you a single night only, as important business compels us to the road. In that case, sirs, be advised that we are somewhat sybaritic in our tastes, and our entertainments are often beguiling. Eat nothing and drink nothing but your own stuffs, and you will find no difficulties. I hope you will not think the worse of me for the warning. Not at all, sir. Our concern is not revelry, but only for shelter against the storm. Lord Daldas made an expansive gesture. When you have refreshed yourselves, we will talk further. A footman led the group to a chamber furnished with 6 couches. An adjacent bathroom offered a flowing fall of warm water, soap of palm and aloes, towels of crushed linen. After bathing, they ate the food and drink which they had brought from their saddlebags. Eat well, said Ilus. Let us not leave this room hungry. Better that we not leave this room at all, observed Yane. Impossible, declared Sherris. Have you no curiosity? In matters of this sort, very little. I am going directly to that couch. Cargus said, I am a great reveller when the mood comes on me. To watch the revels of other folk sours my disposition. I too will take to the couch and dream my own dreams.
Bode said, I will stay. I need no persuasion.
Ilas turned to Garstang. What of you? If you stay, I will stay. If you go, I will stand by your side to guard you from greed and intemperance. Sherris? I could not contain myself in here. I will go, at least to wander and stare through the holes of my mask. Then I will follow, and ward you as Garstang guards me, and we both shall guard Garstang, so we will be reasonably secure. Sherris shrugged. As you say. Who knows what might occur? We will wander and stare together. The three masked their faces and left the chamber. Tall archways overlooked the terrace, where flowering jasmine, orange, alethea, and cleonitis perfumed the air. On a settee padded with cushions of dark green velvet, the three sat to rest. The clouds, which had threatened a great storm, had moved to the side. The night air was soft and mild. A tall man in a dark red costume with black curly hair and a small black beard paused to survey them. Well then, what do you think of my villa? Garstang shook his head. I am beyond speech. Ilas said, There is too much to comprehend. Sherris's face was pale and his eyes shone, but like Garstang, he had nothing to say. Ilas gestured to the couch. Sit a while with us, Lord Daldas. With pleasure. We are curious, said Ilas. There is such overwhelming beauty here, it has almost the unreal quality of a dream. Lord Daldas looked about as if seeing the villa for the first time. What are dreams? Ordinary experience is a dream. The eyes, the ears, the nose, they present pictures on the brain, and these pictures are called reality. At night, when we dream, other pictures of source unknown are impinged. Sometimes the dream images are more real than reality. Which is solid? Which illusion? Why trouble to make the distinction? When tasting a delicious wine, only a pedant analyzes every component of the flavor. When we admire a beautiful maiden, do we evaluate the particular bones of her skull? I am sure we do not. Accept beauty on its own terms. This is the creed of Villa Meroe. What of satiation? Lord Daldas smiled. Have you ever known satiation in a dream? Never, said Garstang. A dream is always most vivid. Sherris said, Both life and dreams are things of exquisite fragility. A thrust, a cut, they are gone, away like a sweet scent on the wind. Garstang said, Perhaps you will answer this. Why is everyone masked? A whim, a crotchet, a fancy, a fad. I might counter your question with another. Consider your face. Is it not a mask of skin? You three, Ilas, Garstang, and Sherris, each is a person favored by nature. Your skin mask commends you to the world. Your comrade Bode is not so fortunate. He would rejoice to go forever with a mask before his face. None of your company appears ill-favored, said Garstang. The gentlemen are noble, and the ladies are beautiful. So much is evident despite the masks. Perhaps so. Still, late of night, when lovers become intimate and disrobe together, the last article to be removed is the mask. Sherris asked, And who plays the music? Ilas listened, as did Garstang. I hear no music. Nor I, said Garstang. It is very soft, said Lord Daldas. In fact, perhaps it is unheard. He rose to his feet. I hope I have satisfied your wonder. Only a churl would require more of you, said Ilas. You have been more than courteous. You are pleasant guests, and I am sorry that you must go on the morrow. But now a lady awaits me. She is new to Villa Meroe, and I am anxious to enjoy her pleasure." "A last question," said Ilis. "If new guests come, the old ones must leave, or they would congest every hall and chamber of Meroe. When they leave, where do they go?" Lord Daldas laughed softly. "Where go the folk who live in your dreams when at last you wake?" He bowed and departed. 3 maidens stopped before them. One spoke with mischievous boldness. "Why do you sit so quietly? Do we lack charm?" The 3 men rose to their feet. Ilis found himself facing a slender girl with pale blonde hair and features of flower-like delicacy. Eyes of violet blue looked at him from behind the black domino. Ilis's heart gave a startled jerk of both pain and joy. He started to speak, then checked himself. "Excuse me," he muttered. "I am not feeling well." He turned away to find that Garstang had done the same. Garstang said, "It is impossible. She resembles someone who was once very dear to me." "They are dreams," said Ilis. "They are very hard to resist. Is Lord Daldas so ingenuous after all?" "Let us return to our couches. I don't care for dreams quite so real. Where is Sherris?" The maidens and Sherris were not to be seen. "We must find him," said Ilis. "His temperament will betray him." They walked the chambers of Meroe, ignoring the soft lights, the fascinations, the tables laden with delicacies. At last they found Sherris, in a small courtyard opening on the terrace. He sat in the company of 4 others, blowing soft tunes from the pipes of a syrinx. The others played various different instruments to produce music of a haunting sweetness. Close beside Sherris sat a slim, dark-haired maiden. She leaned so closely to him that her hair spread across his shoulder. In one hand she held a goblet of purple wine, which she sipped, and then, when the music stopped, she offered to Sherris. Sherris, in rapt abstraction, took it in his hand, but Ilis leaned low over the balustrade and snatched it away. "Sherris, what has come over you? Come along, we must sleep. Tomorrow we will put this dream castle behind us. It is more dangerous than all the werewolves of Tondreval." Sherris slowly rose to his feet. He looked down at the girl. "I must go." The 3 men returned silently to the sleeping chamber, where Ilis said, "You almost drank from the goblet." "I know. Did you drink before?" "No." Sherris hesitated. "I kissed the girl, who is much like someone I once loved. She had been drinking wine and a drop hung on her lips. I tasted it." Ilis groaned. "Then I must discover the antidote from Lord Daldas." Again Garstang joined him. The 2 roamed Meroe, but nowhere could they find Lord Daldas. The lights began to be extinguished. The 2 at last returned to their chamber. Sherris either slept or feigned sleep. Morning light entered through high windows. The 6 men arose and somewhat glumly considered each other. Ilis said heavily, "The day has started. Let us be on our way. We will make our breakfast along the road." At the gate the horses awaited them, though the gatekeeper was nowhere to be seen. Not knowing what he might discover if he looked back, Ilis resolutely kept his head turned away from Villa Meroe. His comrades did likewise, so he noticed. "Away, then, along the road, and let us forget the palace of dreams." The 6 galloped away with cloaks flapping behind. A mile down the road they halted to take breakfast. Sherris sat by himself to the side. His mood was abstracted, and he showed no appetite. Strange, thought Ilis, how loosely the trousers hung about his legs. And why did his jacket sag so oddly? Ilis sprang to his feet, but not before Sherris slid to the ground, where his clothes lay empty. Ilis dropped to his knees. Sherris's hat fell away. His face, a mask of a substance like pale parchment, slipped askew and looked somewhere. Ilis slowly rose to his feet. He turned to ponder the way they had come. Bode came up beside him.
"Let us ride on," said Bode gruffly. "Nothing can be gained by returning."
The road veered somewhat to the right, and as the day progressed, began to lead up and down to follow the contours of swells and swales. The soil grew thin, outcrops of rock appeared, the forest dwindled to sparse straggles of stunted yew and oak, then drew away to the east. The day was full of wind, clouds raced overhead, and the five rode through alternate spaces of sun and shade. Sunset found them on a desolate fell among hundreds of weathered granite boulders, as tall as a man or taller. Garstang and Cargus both declared them to be Sarsens, though they stood without perceptible order or regularity. Beside a rivulet, the five halted for the night. They made beds of bracken, and passed the night in no great comfort, but disturbed by nothing more than the whistling of the wind. At sunrise, the five once more took to the saddle, and proceeded south along the Trompata, here little more than a path wandering along the Sarsen stones. At noon, the road swung down from the fells to rejoin the river Sis, then followed the riverbank south. Halfway through the afternoon, the road arrived at a fork. By deciphering an age-worn signpost, they learned that Bittershaw Road angled away to the southeast, while the Trompata crossed a bridge and followed the Sis in a southerly direction. The travelers crossed the bridge and 1/2 mile along the road encountered a peasant leading a donkey loaded with faggots. Ilus held up his hand. The peasant drew back in alarm.
"What now? If you be robbers, I carry no gold, and the same is true even if you not be robbers."
"Enough of your foolishness," growled Cargus. "Where is the best and nearest inn?"
The peasant blinked in perplexity.
"The best and the nearest, eh? Is it 2 inns you want?"
"One is enough," said Ilus.
"In these parts, inns are rare. The old tower down the way might serve your needs, if you are not over nice."
"We are nice," said Yane, "but not over nice. Where is this inn?"
"Fair forward 2 miles, until the road turns to rise for the mountain. A bit of track leads to the old tower."
Ilus tossed him a penny. "Many thanks to you." 2 miles the five followed the river road. The sun dropped behind the mountains. The five rode in shadow, under pines and cedars. A bluff overlooked the Sis. Here the road turned sharply up the hillside. A trail continued along the side of the bluff, back and forth under heavy foliage, until the outline of a tall, round tower stood dark against the sky. The five rode around the tower under a moldering wall to come out upon a flat area overlooking the river 100 feet below. Of the ancient castle, only a corner tower and a wing stood intact. A boy came and took their horses to what had once been the great hall and which now served as a stable. The five entered the old tower and found themselves in a place of gloom and a grandeur impregnable to present indignities. A fire in the fireplace sent flickering light across a great round room. Slabs of stone flagged the floor. The walls were unrelieved by hangings. 15 feet overhead, a balcony circled the room, with another above in the shadows, and above still a third, almost invisible by reason of the gloom. Rough tables and benches had been placed near the fire. To the other side, a fire burned in a second fireplace. Here, behind a counter, an old man with a thin face and wispy white hair worked energetically over pots and pans. He seemed to have 6 hands, all reaching, shaking, and stirring. He basted a lamb where it turned on a spit, shook up a pan of pigeons and quails, swung other pots this way and that on their pothooks, so that they might receive the proper heat. For a moment Ilus watched in respectful attention, marveling at the old man's dexterity. At last, taking advantage of a pause in the work, he asked, "Sir, you are the landlord?"
"Correct, my lord. I claim that role, if these makeshift premises deserve such a dignity."
Dignity is the least of our concerns if you can provide us lodging for the night. From the evidence of my eyes, I feel assured of a proper supper.
Lodging here is of the simplest. You sleep in hay above the stable. My premises offer nothing better, and I am too old to make changes."
"How is your ale?" asked Bode. "Serve us cool, clear, bitter, and you will hear no complaints."
"You relieve all my anxieties, since I brew good ale. Be seated, if you will."
The 5 took seats by the fire and congratulated themselves that they need not spend another windy night in the bracken. A portly woman served them ale in beechwood cups, which by some means accentuated the quality of the brew, and Bode declared,
"The landlord is just. He will hear no complaints from me."
Ilis surveyed the other guests where they sat at their tables. There were 7, an elderly peasant and his wife, a pair of peddlers, and 3 young men who might have been woodsmen. Into the room now came a bent old woman, cloaked heavily in gray, with a cowl gathered over her head so that her face was concealed in shadow. She paused to look about the room. Ilis felt her gaze hesitate as it reached him. Then, crouching and hobbling, she crossed the room to sit at a far table among the shadows. The portly woman brought their supper, quail, pigeons, and partridge on slabs of bread soaked in the grease of the frying, cuts of roasted lamb which exhaled a fragrance of garlic and rosemary in the Galician style, with a salad of cress and young greens, a meal far better than any they had expected. As Ilis supped, he watched the cloaked woman at the far table, where she took her own supper. Her manners were unsettling. Leaning forward, she gobbled up her food at a snap. Ilis watched in covert fascination, and noticed that the woman seemed also to peer toward him from time to time, behind the shadow cast by her cowl. She bent her head low to snap up a morsel of meat, and her cloak slipped away from her foot. Ilis spoke to his comrades. "The old woman yonder. Notice her and tell me what you see." Garstang muttered in amazement, "She has a chicken's foot." Ilis said, "She is a witch, with a fox mask and the legs of a great fowl. Twice she has attacked me. Twice I cut her into 2 sections. Each time she repaired herself." The witch, turning to stare, noticed their gazes and hastily drew back her foot and darted another look to see if anyone had noticed the lapse. Ilis and his companions pretended indifference. She turned once more to her food, snapping and gulping. "She forgets nothing," said Ilis, "and certainly she will try to kill me, if not here, then from ambush along the trail."
"In that case," said Bode, "let us kill her first, at this very moment."
Ilis grimaced. "So it must be, even though all will blame us for killing a helpless old woman."
"Not when they see her feet," said Cargus.
"Let us be to it, and have done," said Bode. "I am ready."
"A moment," said Ilis. "I will do the deed. Make your swords ready. One scratch of her claws means death. Allow her no scope to spring." The witch seemed to divine the quality of their conversation. Before they could move, she arose and hobbled quickly away into the shadows and disappeared through a low archway. Ilis drew his sword and went to the landlord. "You have been entertaining an evil witch. She must be killed." While the landlord looked on in bewilderment, Ilis ran back to the archway and looked through, but could see nothing in the dark and dared not proceed. He turned back to the landlord. "Where leads the archway?"
"To the old wing and the chambers overhead, all ruins."
"Give me a candle." At a slight sound, Bode looked up to discover the fox-masked woman on the first balcony. With a scream, she leapt down at Ilis. Bode thrust out with a stool and struck her aside. She hissed and screamed again, then leapt at Bode with legs outstretched and clawed the length of his face, before Ilis once more hacked her head from her body, which as before started a mad canter back and forth, buffeting itself against the walls. Cargus forced it down with a bench, and Yane hacked away the legs. Bode lay on his back, clawing at the stone with clenched fingers. His tongue protruded, his face turned black, and he died. Eyeless cried in a guttural voice, "This time the fire! Cut this vile thing to bits! Landlord, bring logs and faggots! The fire must burn hot and long." The fox-faced head set up a horrid wailing, "No fire! Give me not the fire!" The grisly task was complete. Under roaring flames, the witch's flesh burned to ashes, and the bones crumbled to dust. The guests, pale and dispirited, had gone to their beds in the hay. The landlord and his spouse worked with mops and buckets to clean their soiled floor. With morning only hours away, Eyeless, Garstang, Cargus, and Yane sat wearily at a table and watched the fire become embers. The landlord brought them ale.
"This is a terrible event. I assure you it is not the policy of the house."
"Sir, do not in any way blame yourself. Be happy that we have made an end to the creature. You and your wife have given noble assistance, and you shall not suffer for it." With the first glimmer of dawn, the four buried Bode in a quiet, shaded area, at one time a rose garden. They left Bode's horse with the landlord, as well as 5 gold crowns from Bode's pouch, and rode sadly down the hill to the Trumpata. The four toiled up a steep, stony valley by a road which twisted and sidled back and forth, up and around bluffs and boulders, and eventually gained to wind-haunted Glayrider Gap. A side road led off across the moors toward Owaldis. The Trumpata swung south and slanted down a long declivity, past a series of ancient tin mines, to the town market Flading. At the Tin Man Inn, the four travelers, weary after the work of the night before and the toilsome ride of the day, gratefully supped on mutton and barley and slept on straw pallets in an upper chamber. In the morning they set out once more along the Trumpata, which now followed the North Evander along a wide, shallow valley toward the far purple bulk of Taktor. At noon, with Tinsinfiral only 5 miles to the south, the land began to rise and close in beside the gorge of the North Evander. 3 miles farther along, with the nearness of Tinsinfiral impressing a sense of menace upon the air, Eyeless discovered a dim trail leading away and up a gully, which he thought might be that trail by which, so long ago, he had hoped to descend from Taktor. The track climbed a long spur which trailed down from Taktor like the splayed root of a tree, then followed the rounded ridge by a relatively easy route. Eyeless led the way up the trail to the hollow where he had camped, only yards below the flat summit of Taktor. He found the Neverfail where he had left it. As before, the tooth pointed something north of east. "In that direction," said Eyeless, "is my son, and this is where I must go." "You can choose from 2 routes," said Garstang, "back the way we came, then east, or through Lyonesse by Old Street, then north into Dehout. The first may be shorter, but the second avoids the forest, and in the end is probably faster." "The second, by all means," said Eyeless. The four passed by Call Bacatch and entered Lyonesse without incident. At Knowlesby Savon, they swung to the east along Old Street, and after 4 days of hard riding, arrived at the town Audalart. Here, Garstang took leave of his comrades. "Twanbo Hall is only 20 miles south. I shall be home for supper, and my adventures will be the marvel of all." He embraced his 3 comrades. "Needless to say, you will always be welcome guests at Twanbo. We have come a long way together. We have known much hardship. Never shall I forget." "Nor I."
"Nor I." "Nor I."
Eyeless, Cargus, and Yane watched Garstang ride south until he disappeared. Eyeless heaved a sigh. "Now we are 3. "One by one we dwindle," said Cargus. "Come," said Yane, "let us be off. I lack patience for sentiment." The three departed Oudelart by Old Street, and 3 days later they arrived at Tatwillow, where Old Street crossed Icknield Way. The Neverfail pointed north in the direction of Avalon, a good sign, or so it would seem, since the direction avoided the forest. They set off up Icknield Way toward Avalon into Hout. Chapter 25. Carfilio's chambers at the top of Tin Sinfiral were of modest dimension, with white plaster walls, scrubbed wooden floors, and a bare sufficiency of furnishing. Carfilio wanted nothing more elaborate. The spare environment soothed his sometimes over-fervent nature. Carfilio's routines were even. He tended to rise early, often at sunup, then take a breakfast of fruit, sweet cakes, raisins, and perhaps a few pickled oysters. Always he breakfasted alone. At this time of day, the sight and sound of other human beings offended him, and adversely affected the rest of the day. Summer was changing to autumn. Haze blurred the airy spaces over Vale Evander. Carfilio felt restless and uneasy, for reasons he could not define. Tin Sinfiral served many of his purposes very well. Still, it was a place remote, something of a backwater, and he had no command over that motility which other magicians, perhaps of higher order, Carfilio thought of himself as a magician, used daily as a matter of course. His fancies, escapades, novelties, and caprices, perhaps they were no more than illusions. Time passed, and despite his apparent activity, he had proceeded not a whit along the way to his goals. Had his enemies, or his friends, arranged to keep him isolated and ineffectual? Carfilio gave a petulant grunt. It could not be, but if so, such folk played dangerous games. A year previously, Tamurello had conveyed him to Ferroli, that odd structure of wood and colored glass deep within the forest. After 3 days of erotic play, the two sat listening to the rain and watching the fire on the hearth. The time was midnight. Carfilio, whose mercurial mind never went quiet, said, "Truly, it is time that you taught me magical arts. Do I not deserve at least this from you?" Tamurello spoke with a sigh. "What a strange and unfamiliar world if everyone were treated according to his deserts." Carfilio found the remark over-flippant. "So you mock me," he said sadly. "You think me too clumsy and foolish for the slight." Tamurello, a massive man whose veins were charged with the dark, rank blood of a bull, laughed indulgently. He had heard the plaint before, and he made the same answer he had made before. "To become a sorcerer, you must undergo many trials and work at many dismal exercises. A number of these are profoundly uncomfortable, and perhaps calculated to dissuade those of small motivation." "That philosophy is narrow and mean," said Carfilio. "If and when you become a master sorcerer, you will guard the prerogatives as jealously as any," said Tamurello. "Well, instruct me. I am ready to learn. I am strong of will." Once more Tamurello laughed. "My dear friend, you are too volatile. Your will may be like iron, but your patience is something less than invincible." Carfilio made an extravagant gesture. "Are there no shortcuts? Certainly I can use magical apparatus, if I had any, without so many tiresome exercises." "You already have apparatus." "Shimrod stuff. It is useless to me." Tamurello was becoming bored with the discussion. "Most such equipment is specialized and specific." "My needs are specific," said Carfilio. "My enemies are like wild bees which can never be conquered. They know where I am. When I set out in pursuit, they dissolve into shadows
Thank
along the moor."
Thank you for listening to our audiobooks.
"Here
We do our
I
best to
may
regularly
be able to
upload quality
assist
books
you,"
with clear
said
narrations.
Tamurello.
Please
though
subscribe to our
without,
channel
I
and click the
admit,
notification
any
bell
great
icon so we can bring you more
enthusiasm.
great books.
On the
Thank you
following
very
day,
much
he
and enjoy
displayed a
your
large
audiobook.
map of the Elder Isles.
Here, as you will notice, is Vale Evander. Here Is. Here Tinsinfiral.
He produced a number of mannequins carved from blackthorn roots.
Name these little homologs with names and place them on the map, and they will scuttle to position. Watch.
He took up one of the mannequins and spat in its face.
I name you Casimir. Go to Casimir's place.
He put the mannequin on the map. It seemed to scamper across the map to Lyonesse town. Carfelio counted the mannequins. "Only 20?" he cried. "I could use 100. I am at war with every petty baron of South Ulfland."
Name their names, said Tamurello. We shall see how many you need.
Grudgingly, Carfelio named names, and Tamurello put the names to the mannequins and placed them on the board. "Still there are more," protested Carfelio. "Is it not understandable that I would wish to know where and when you fare from Feroli and Melanthe? Her movements are of importance. And what of the magicians, Mergen, Falori, Myolander, and Bibelidus? I am interested in their activities."
You may not learn of the magicians, said Tamurello. That is not appropriate. Granis, Autry? Well, why not? Melanthe?
Melanthe in especial.
Very well, Melanthe.
Then there are Scar chieftains and the notables of Dehout.
Moderation in the name of Fafhadista and his three-legged blue goat. The mannequins will crowd each other from the map.
In the end, Carfelio came away with the map and 59 homologs. One late summer morning, a year later, Carfelio went up to his workroom and there inspected the map. Casimir kept to his summer place at Ceres. At Domris in Trosinet, a glowing white ball on the mannequin's head indicated that King Granis had died. His ailing brother Ospero would now be king. At Is, Melanthe wandered the echoing halls of her seaside palace. At Owaldis, north along the coast, Quilci, the idiot child king of South Ulfland, played daily at sand castles on the beach. Carfelio looked once more to Is. Melanthe, haughty Melanthe. He saw her seldom. She held herself aloof. Carfelio's gaze ranged the map. With a quickening of the spirit, he noticed a displacement. Sir Cadwal of Caber Keep had ventured 6 miles southwest across Dunton Fells. He would seem to be proceeding toward Dravenshaw Forest. Carfelio stood wrapped in reflection. Sir Cadwal was one of his most arrogant enemies, despite poverty and an absence of powerful connections. Caber Keep, a dour fortress above the dreariest sweep of the moors, lacked all cheer save only security. With only a dozen clansmen at his command, Sir Cadwal had long defied Carfelio. Ordinarily, he hunted in the hills above his keep, where Carfelio could not easily attack. Today he had ventured down upon the moors. Reckless indeed, thought Carfelio, most unwise. The keep could not be left undefended, so it would seem that Sir Cadwal rode with only 5 or 6 men at his back, and 2 of these might be his stripling sons. Malaise forgotten, Carfelio sent urgent orders down to the wardroom. Half an hour later, wearing light armor, he descended to the parade ground below his castle. 20 mounted warriors, his elite of elites, awaited him. Carfelio inspected the troop and could find no fault. They wore polished iron helmets with tall crests, chain cuirasses and jupons of violet velvet embroidered in black. Each carried a lance from which fluttered a lavender and black banneret. From each saddle hung an axe, a bow and arrows to the side. Each carried sword and dagger. Carfelio mounted his horse and gave the signal to ride. 2 abreast, the troop galloped west, past the reeking poles of penance, beside the drowning cages along the riverbank and their accessory derricks, and down the road toward the village Blodowin. For reasons of policy, Carfelio never made demands upon the folk of Blodowin, nor in any way molested them. Still, at his approach, children were snatched within, doors and windows were slammed shut, and Carfilio rode through empty streets, to his cold amusement. Above, on the ridge, a watcher noted the cavalcade. He retreated over the brow of the hill and flourished a white flag. A moment later, from the highest portion of a fell a mile to the north, a flutter of white acknowledged his signal. Half an hour later, had Carfilio been able to observe his magic map, he might have seen the blackthorn mannequins designating his most hated adversaries departing their keeps and mountain forts to move down the moors toward the Dravenshaw. Carfilio and his troop clattered through Blodeuwyn, then turned away from the river and rode up to the moors. Gaining the ridge, Carfilio halted his troop, ranged them in a line, and addressed them. "Today we hunt Cadwal of Caber Keep. He is our quarry. We will meet him by the Dravenshaw. So as not to startle his vigilance, we will approach him around the side of Dinkin Tor. Listen now. Take Sir Cadwal alive, and any of his blood who may ride with him. Sir Cadwal must repent the harms he has done me in full measure. Later we will take Caber Keep. We will drink his wine, bed his women, and make free of his bounty. But today we ride to take Sir Cadwal." He swung his horse up and around in a fine caracole, and galloped away across the moors. On Hackberry Tor, an observer, noting Carfilio's movements, ducked behind a crag, and there signaled with a white flag until, from 2 quarters, his signals were acknowledged. Carfilio and his troop rode confidently into the northwest. At Dinkin Tor they halted. One of the number dismounted and climbed to the top of a rock. He called down to Carfilio, "Riders, perhaps 5 or 6, at most 7. They approach the Dravenshaw." "Quick, then," called Carfilio. "We'll take them at the forest's edge." The column rode west, keeping to the cover of Dooney Swale. At an old road they swung to the north and galloped at full speed for the Dravenshaw. The road skirted the tumbled stones of a prehistoric fane, then turned directly down toward the Dravenshaw. Across the moor, the roan horses ridden by Sir Cadwal's troop glimmered like raw copper in the sunlight. Carfilio signaled his men, "Quietly now. A volley of arrows if necessary, but take Cadwal alive." The troop rode beside a stream fringed with willow. Clicks and snaps, a sibilant whir, arrows across space at flat trajectory. Needle points thrust through chainmail. There were groans of surprise, cries of pain. 6 of Carfilio's men sagged to the ground in silence. 3 others took arrows in leg or shoulder. Carfilio's horse, with arrows in its neck and haunches, reared, screamed, and fell. No one had aimed directly at Carfilio, an act of forbearance, alarming rather than reassuring. Carfilio ran crouching to a riderless horse, mounted, kicked home his spurs, and bending low to the mane, pounded away, followed by the survivors of his troop. At a safe distance, Carfilio called a halt and turned to assess the situation. To his dismay, a mounted troop of 12 men burst from the shadows of Dravenshaw. They rode bay horses and wore caber orange. Carfilio hissed in frustration. At least 6 archers would be leaving the ambush to join the enemy troop. He was outnumbered. "Away!" cried Carfilio, and put his horse once more to flight. Up past the ruined fane, with the caber warriors barely 100 yards behind. Carfilio's horses were stronger than the caber bays, but Carfilio had ridden harder, and his heavy horses had not been bred for stamina. Carfilio turned off the road into Dooney Swale, only to find another company of mounted men charging upon him from upslope with levelled lances. They were 10 or a dozen, in the blue and dark blue of Lyonesse Castle. Carfilio yelled orders and veered away to the south. 5 of Carfilio's men took lances in the chest, neck, or head, and lay in the road. 3 tried to defend themselves with sword and axe. They were quickly cut down. 4 managed to win to the brow of the swale along with Carfilio, and there paused to rest their winded horses. But only for a moment. The Lyonesse company, with relatively fresh horses, already had almost gained the high ground. The Caber troop would be circling west along the old road to intercept him before he could gain Vale Evander. A copse of dark fir trees rose ahead, where perhaps he could take temporary cover. He spurred the flagging horse into motion. From the corner of his eye he glimpsed bright red. He screamed, "Down! Away!" Over and down into a gulch he plunged, while archers in the crimson of Castle Turgis jumped up from the gorse and shot 2 volleys. 2 of Carfilio's 4 were struck. Once again chainmail was penetrated. The horse of the third was struck in the belly. It reared over backward and fell on its rider, who was crushed but managed to stagger, wild and disoriented, to his feet. 6 arrows killed him. The single remaining warrior rode pell-mell down into the swale, where the Caber warriors cut off first his legs, then his arms, then rolled him into the ditch to ponder the sad estate to which his life had come. Carfilio rode alone through the forest of firs, to come out on a wasteland of stone. A sheepherder's trail led through the rocks. Ahead towered the crags known as the 11 Sisters. Carfilio looked over his shoulder, then spurred his horse to its ultimate effort, through the 11 Sisters and down the slope beyond, into a dim gully choked with alders, where he drew his horse under a ledge and out of sight from above. His pursuers searched the rocks, calling and hallooing in frustration that Carfilio had escaped their trap. Time and time again they looked into the gully, but Carfilio, only 15 feet below, was not seen. Around and around in Carfilio's head went an obsessive question. How had the trap been established without his knowledge? The map had shown only Sir Cadwal riding abroad, yet surely Sir Cleone of Nolness Castle, Sir Dexter of Turgis had gone out with their troops. The simple strategy of the signal system never occurred to him. Carfilio waited an hour until his horse ceased to tremble and heave, then cautiously he remounted and rode down the gully, keeping to such shelter as was offered by alders and willows, and presently he emerged into Vale Evander, a mile above Is. The time still was early afternoon. Carfilio rode on into Is. On terraces to either side of the river, the factors lived quietly in their white palaces, shaded under pencil cypress, yew, olive, flat-topped pines. Carfilio rode up the beach of white sand to Melanthe's place. A yard boy came to meet him. Carfilio slid off the horse with a groan of relief. He climbed 3 marble steps, crossed the terrace, and entered a dim foyer, where a chamberlain silently helped him from his helmet, his jupon, and his chain cuirass. A maidservant appeared, a strange silver-skinned creature, perhaps half falloy. A slender halfling akin to fairies, but larger, less antic, and lacking deft control of magic, creatures ever more rare in the Elder Isles. She brought Carfilio a white linen shirt and a cup of warm white wine. "Sir, Lady Melanthe will see you in due course. Meanwhile, please command me for your needs." "Thank you, I need nothing." Carfilio went out on the terrace and lowered himself into a cushioned chair and sat looking out over the sea. The air was mild, the sky cloudless. Swells slid up the sand to become a low surf, which created a somnolent rhythmic sound. Carfilio's eyes became heavy. He dozed. He awoke to find that the sun had moved down the sky. Melanthe, wearing a sleeveless gown of soft white finiche, a fairy fabric woven from dandelion silk, stood leaning against the balustrade, oblivious to his presence. Carfilio sat up in his chair, vexed for reasons indefinable. Melanthe turned to look at him, then a moment later gave her attention back to the sea. Carfilio watched her under half-closed eyelids. Her self-possession, so it occurred to him, if sufficiently protracted, might well tend to scrape upon one's patience. Melanthe glanced at him over her shoulder, the corners of her mouth drooping, apparently with nothing to say, neither welcome nor wonder at his presence unattended, nor curiosity as to the course of his life. Carfilio chose to break the silence. "Life here at Is seems placid enough." "Sufficiently so." I have had a dangerous day. I evaded death by almost no margin whatever. You must have been frightened. Carfelio considered. Fright? That is not quite the word. I was alarmed, certainly. I grieved to lose my troops. I have heard rumors of your warriors. Carfelio smiled. What would you have? The land is in turmoil. Everyone resists authority. Would you not prefer a country at peace? As an abstract proposition, yes. I need your help. Melanthe laughed in surprise. It will not be forthcoming. I helped you once, to my regret. Truly, my gratitude should have soothed all your qualms. After all, you and I are one. Melanthe turned and looked off over the wide blue sea. I am I, and you are you. So you will not help me. I will give you advice if you agree to act by it. At least I will listen. Change utterly. Carfelio made a polite gesture. That is like saying, turn yourself inside out. I know. The two words rang with a fateful sound. Carfelio grimaced. Do you truly hate me so? Melanthe inspected him from head to toe. I often wonder at my feelings. You fascinate the attention. You cannot be ignored. Perhaps it is a kind of narcissism. If I were male, I might be like you. True, we are one. Melanthe shook her head. I am not tainted. You breathed the green fume. But you tasted it. I spat it out. Still, you know its flavor. And so I see deep into your soul. Evidently without admiration. Melanthe again turned to look across the sea. Carfelio came to join her beside the balustrade. Does it mean nothing that I am in danger? Half of my elite company is gone. I no longer trust my magic. You know no magic. Carfelio ignored her. My enemies have joined and planned terrible attacks upon me. Today they might have killed me, but tried rather to take me alive. Consult your darling Tamurello. Perhaps he will fear for his loved one. Carfelio laughed sadly. I am not even sure of Tamurello. In any event, he is very temperate in his generosity, even somewhat grudging. Then find a more lavish lover. What of King Casimir? We have few interests in common. Then Tamurello would seem to be your best hope. Carfelio glanced sideways and searched the delicate lines of her profile. Has Tamurello never offered his attentions to you? Certainly, but my price was too high. What was your price? His life. That is inordinate. What price would you demand of me? Melanthe's eyebrows raised, her mouth went wryly crooked. You would pay a notable price. My life? The topic lacks all relevance and disturbs me. She turned away. I am going inside. What of me? Do as you please. Sleep in the sun, if you are so of a mind, or start back to Tinsinfiral. Carfelio said reproachfully, For one who is closer than a sister, you are most acrid. To the contrary, I am absolutely detached. Well then, if I may do as I please, I will accept your hospitality. Melanthe, mouth pursed thoughtfully, walked into the palace, with Carfelio at her back. She paused in the foyer, a round chamber decorated in blue, pink, and gold, and with a pale blue rug on the marble floor. She called the chamberlain. Show Sir Fode to a chamber, and attend to his needs. Carfelio bathed and rested for a period. Dusk settled across the ocean, and daylight faded. Carfelio dressed in garments of unrelieved black. In the foyer, the chamberlain presented himself. Lady Melanthe has not yet arrived. If you like, you may await her in the small saloon." Carfelio seated himself and was served a goblet of crimson wine, tasting of honey, pine needles, and pomegranate. Half an hour passed. The silver-skinned serving girl brought a tray of sweetmeats, which Carfelio tasted without enthusiasm. 10 minutes later, he looked up from his wine to find Melanthe standing in front of him. She wore a sleeveless black gown, cut with total simplicity. A black oval cabochon hung on a narrow black ribbon around her neck. Against the black, her pale skin and large eyes gave her a look of vulnerability to the impulses of both pleasure and pain, a semblance to excite any wishing to bring her either, or both. After a pause, she sat beside Carfelio and took a goblet of wine from the tray. Carfelio waited, but she sat in silence. At last, he asked, "Have you enjoyed a restful afternoon?" "Certainly not restful. I worked on certain exercises." "Indeed, to what end?" "It is not easy to become a sorcerer." "That is your will?" "Certainly." "It is not overly difficult, then?" "I am only at the fringes of the subject. The real difficulties lie yet ahead." "Already you are stronger than I." Carfelio spoke in a jesting voice. Melanthe smiled not at all. After a heavy silence, she rose to her feet. "It is time for dinner." She took him into a large chamber, panelled in the blackest of ebony and floored with slabs of polished black gabbro. Over the ebony, a set of glass prisms illuminated the surface. Dinner was served on 2 sets of trays, a simple meal of mussels simmered in white wine, bread, olives, and nuts. Melanthe ate little, and apart from an occasional glance at Carfelio, gave him no attention and made no effort at conversation. Carfelio, nettled, likewise held his tongue, so that the meal went in silence. Carfelio drank several goblets of wine, and finally set the goblet down with a petulant thump. "You are beautiful beyond the dreams of dreaming, yet your thoughts are those of a fish." "It is no great matter." "Why should we know constraint? Are we not ultimately one?" "No. Desmi yielded 3. I, you, and Denking." "You have said it yourself." Melanthe shook her head. "Everyone shares the substance of earth, but the lion differs from the mouse, and both from man." Carfelio rejected the analogy with a gesture. "We are one, yet different. A fascinating condition. Yet you are aloof." "True," said Melanthe. "I agree." "For a moment consider the possibilities, the vertexes of passion, the sheer exuberances. Can you not feel the excitement?" "Feel? Enough that I think." For an instant her composure appeared to falter. She rose, crossed the chamber, and stood looking into the sea-coal fire. In a leisurely fashion, Carfelio came to stand beside her. "It is easy to feel." He took her hand and laid it on his chest. "Feel. I am strong. Feel how my heart moves and gives me life." Melanthe pulled her hand away. "I do not care to feel at your behest. Passion is a hysteria. In truth, I have no yearning for men." She moved a step away from him. "Leave me now, if you please. In the morning you will not see me, nor will I advance your enterprises." Carfelio put his hands under her elbows and stood facing her, with firelight shifting along their faces. Melanthe opened her mouth to speak, but uttered no words, and Carfelio, bending his face to hers, kissed her mouth. He drew her down upon a couch. Evening stars still climb the sky. Night has just begun. She seemed not to hear him, but sat looking into the fire. Carfelio loosed the clasps at her shoulder. She let the gown slide from her body with no restraint, and the odor of violets hung in the air. She watched in passive silence as Carfilio stepped from his own garments. At midnight, Melanthe rose from the couch to stand nude before the fire, now a bed of embers. Carfilio watched her from the couch, eyelids half lowered, mouth compressed. Melanthe's conduct had been perplexing. Her body had joined his with suitable urgency, but never during the coupling had she looked into his face. Her head had been thrown back or laid to the side, with eyes focused on nothing whatever. She had been physically exalted, this he could sense, but when he spoke to her, she made no response, as if he were no more than a phantasm. Melanthe looked at him over her shoulder. "Dress yourself." Sullenly, Carfilio donned his garments, while she stood in contemplation of the dying fire. He considered a set of remarks, one after the other, but each seemed heavy, or peevish, or callow, or foolish, and he held his tongue. When he had dressed, he came to her and put his arms around her waist. She slipped back from his grasp and spoke in a pensive voice. "Don't touch me. No man has ever yet touched me, nor shall you." Carfilio laughed. "Am I not a man? I have touched you thoroughly and deep to the core of your soul." Still watching the fire, Melanthe shook her head. "You occur only as an odd thing of the imagination. I have used you. Now you must dissolve from my mind." Carfilio peered at her in bafflement. Was she mad? "I am quite real, and I don't care to dissolve. Melanthe, listen." Again he put his hands to her waist. "Let us truly be lovers. Are we not both remarkable?" Again Melanthe moved away. "Again you have tried to touch me." She pointed to a door. "Go, dissolve from my mind." Carfilio performed a sardonic bow and went to the door. Here he hesitated, looking back. Melanthe stood by the hearth, one hand to the high mantel, firelight and black shadow shifting along her body. Carfilio whispered to himself inaudibly, "Say what you will of phantoms. I took you, and I had you. So much is real." And in his ear, or in his brain, as he opened the door, came soundless words. "I played with a phantom. You thought to control reality. Phantoms feel no pain. Reflect on this, when every day pain comes past." Carfilio, startled, stepped through the door, and at once it closed behind him. He stood in a dark passage between two buildings, with a glimmer of light at either end. The night sky showed overhead. The air carried an odd reek of moldering wood and wet stone. Where was the clean salt air which blew past Melanthe's palace? Carfilio groped through a clutter of rubbish to the end of the passage and emerged into a town square. He looked around in slack-jawed perplexity. This was not Is, and Carfilio spoke a dour curse against Melanthe. The square was boisterous with the sights and sounds of a festival. 1,000 torches burnt on high. 1,000 green and blue banners with a yellow bird appliqued hung on high. At the center, 2 great birds constructed of bound straw bundles and ropes faced each other. On a platform, men and women costumed as fanciful birds pranced, bobbed, and kicked to the music of pipes and drums. A man costumed as a white rooster with red comb, yellow bill, white feathered wings and tail strutted past. Carfilio clutched his arm. "Sir, one moment. Enlighten me. Where is this place?" The man-chicken crowed in derision. "Have you no eyes, no ears? This is the Avian Arts Grand Gala." "Yes, but where?" "Where else? This is the Caspadel at the center of the city." "But what city? What realm?" "Are you lost of your senses? This is Gargano." "In Pomperol?" "Precisely so. Where are your tail feathers? King Jewel has ordained tail feathers for the gala. Notice my display." The man-chicken ran in a circle, strutting and bobbing so as to flourish his handsome tail plumes. Then he continued on his way. Carfelio leaned against the building, gritting his teeth in fury. He carried neither coins, nor jewels, nor gold. He knew no friends among the folk of Gargano. Indeed, Mad King Duel considered Carfelio a dangerous bird-killer and an enemy. To the side of the square, Carfelio noted the boards of an inn, the Pear Tree. He presented himself to the innkeeper, only to learn that the inn was occupied to capacity. Carfelio's most aristocratic manner earned him no more than a bench in the common room near a group of celebrants who caroused, wrangled, and sang such songs as Fesker Would a Wooing Go, Tira Lira Lay, Milady Ostrich, and Noble Sir Sparrow. An hour before dawn they tumbled forward across the table to lie snoring among gnawed pig's feet and puddles of spilled wine. Carfelio was allowed to sleep until 2 hours into the morning, when charwomen came with mops and buckets and turned everyone outside. Celebration of the festival already had reached a crescendo. Everywhere fluttered banners and streamers of blue, green, and yellow. Pipers played jigs while folk costumed as birds capered and pranced. Everyone used a characteristic bird call so that the air resounded to twitterings, chirps, whistles, and croaks. Children dressed as barn swallows, goldfinches, or tomtits. Older folk favored the more sedate semblances, such as that of crow, raven, or perhaps a jay. The corpulent often presented themselves as owls, but in general, everyone costumed himself as fancy directed. The color, noise, and festivity failed to elevate Carfelio's mood. In fact, so he told himself, never had he witnessed so much pointless nonsense. He had rested poorly and eaten nothing, which served to exacerbate his mood. A bun seller dressed as a quail passed by. Carfelio bought a mince tart using a silver button from his coat for payment. He ate standing before the inn with aloof and disdainful glances for the revelry. A band of youths chanced to notice Carfelio's sneers and stopped short. "Here now, this is the grand gala. You must show a happy smile so as not to be at discord." Another cried out, "What? No gay plumage? No tail feathers? They are required of every celebrant." "Come now," declared another, "we must set things right." Going behind Carfelio, he tried to tuck a long white goose quill into Carfelio's waistband. Carfelio would have none of it and thrust the youth away. The others in the band became more determined than ever, and a scuffle ensued, in which shouts, curses, and blows were exchanged. From the street came a stern call. "Hear, hear! Why this disgraceful uproar?" Mad King Duel himself, passing by in a befeathered carriage, had halted to issue a reprimand. One of the youths cried out, "The fault lies with this dismal vagabond. He won't wear his tail feathers." "We tried to help him and cited your Majesty's ordinance. He said to shove all our feathers up your Majesty's arse." King Duel shifted his attention to Carfelio. "He did so, did he? That is not polite. We know a trick worth 2 of that. Guards, attendants!" Carfelio was seized and bent over a bench. The seat of his trousers was cut away, and into his buttocks were thrust 100 quills of all sizes, lengths, and colors, including a pair of expensive ostrich plumes. The ends of the quills were cut into barbs to prevent their detachment, and they were arranged to support each other so that the plumage, upon completion, thrust up from Carfelio's fundament at a jaunty angle. "Excellent," declared King Duel, clapping his hands in satisfaction. "That is a splendid display in which you can take pride. Go now, enjoy the festival to your heart's content. Now you are properly bedizened." The carriage rolled away. The youths appraised Carfelio with critical eyes, but agreed that his plumage captured the mood of the festival, and they too went their way. Carfelio walked stiff-legged to a crossroads at the edge of town. A signpost pointed north to Avalon. Carfelio waited, meanwhile plucking the feathers one by one from his buttocks. A cart came from town, driven by an old peasant woman. Carfelio held up his hand to halt the cart. "Where do you drive yourself, grandmother?"
"To the village Filster in the Deep Dean, if that means aught to you."
Carfelio showed the ring on his finger. "Look well at this ruby." The old woman peered.
"I see it well. It glows like red fire. I often marvel that such stones grow in the deep dark of the earth."
"Another marvel. This ruby, so small, will buy 20 horses and carts like that one which you ride." The old woman blinked.
"Well, I must believe your word. Would you halt me in my home going to tell me lies?"
"Now listen carefully, as I am about to state a proposition of several parts."
"Speak on. Say what you will. I can think 3 thoughts at once."
"I am bound for Avalon. My legs are sore. I can neither walk nor sit astride a horse. I wish to ride in your cart, that I may come to Avalon in comfort. Therefore, if you will drive me to Avalon, ring and ruby are yours." The woman held up her forefinger.
"Better. We drive to Filster. Thence my son Raffin puts straw in the cart and drives you to Avalon. So all behindhand whispers and rumors at my expense are halted before they start."
"This will be satisfactory." Carfelio alighted from the cart at the sign of the fishing cat and gave over the ruby ring to Raffin, who immediately departed. Carfelio entered the inn. Behind a counter stood a monstrous man 1/2 a foot taller than Carfelio, with a great red face and a belly which rested on the counter. He looked down at Carfelio with eyes like stone pebbles.
"What do you wish?"
"I want to find Rughalt of the sore knees. He said that you would know where to find him." The fat man, taking exception to Carfelio's manner, looked away. He worked his fingers up and down the counter. At last he uttered a few terse words.
"He will arrive presently."
"How soon is presently?"
"Half an hour."
"I will wait. Bring me one of those roasting chickens, a loaf of new bread, and a flask of good wine."
"Show me your coin."
"When Rughalt comes."
"When Rughalt comes, I will serve the fowl."
Carfelio swung away with a muttered curse. The fat man looked after him without change of expression. Carfelio seated himself on a bench before the inn. Rughalt at last showed himself, moving his legs slowly and carefully, one at a time, hissing under his breath the while. With a frowning eye, Carfelio watched Rughalt's approach. Rughalt wore the fusty grey garments of a pedagogue. Carfelio rose to his feet. Rughalt stopped short in surprise.
"Sir Fode," he exclaimed, "what do you do here in such a condition?"
"Through treachery and witchcraft, how else? Take me to a decent inn. This place is fit only for Celts and lepers." Rughalt rubbed his chin.
"The Black Bull is yonder on the square. The charges are said to be excessive. You will pay in silver for a night's lodging."
"I carry no funds whatever, neither silver nor gold. You must provide funds until I make arrangements." Rughalt winced.
"A fishing cat, after all, is not so bad. Gertie the landlord is daunting only at first acquaintance."
"Bah! He and his hovel both stink of rancid cabbage and worse. Take me to the Black Bull."
"Just so. Ah, my aching legs. Duty calls you onward."
At the Black Bull, Carfelio found lodging to meet his requirements, though Rughalt screwed his eyes together when the charges were quoted. A haberdasher displayed garments which Carfelio found consonant with his dignity. However, to Rughalt's dismay, Carfelio refused to haggle the price, and Rughalt paid the wily tailor with slow and crooked fingers. Carfelio and Rugholt seated themselves at a table in front of the Black Bull and watched the folk of Avalon. Rugholt ordered 2 modest half-measures from the steward. "Wait," Carfelio commanded. "I am hungry. Bring me a dish of good cold beef with some leeks and a crust of fresh bread, and I will drink a pint of your best ale." While Carfelio satisfied his hunger, Rugholt watched sidelong with disapproval so evident that Carfelio finally asked, "Why do you not eat? You've become gaunt as an old leathern strap." Rugholt replied between tight lips, "Truth to tell, I must be careful with me funds. I live at the edge of poverty." "What? I thought you to be an expert cut-purse who depredated all the fairs and festivals of Dehout." "That is no longer possible. My knees prevent that swift and easy departure which is so much a part of the business. I no longer ply the fairs." "Still, you are evidently not destitute." "My life is not easy. Luckily, I see well in the dark, and I now work nights at the Fishing Cat, robbing guests while they sleep. Even so, my clicking knees are a handicap, and since Gertie insists on a share of my earnings, I avoid unnecessary expense. In this connection, will you be long in Avalon?" "Not long. I want to find a certain Triptomologius. Is his name known to you?" "He is a necromancer. He deals in elixirs and potions. What is your business with him?" "First, he will supply me with gold, as much as I need." "In that case, ask enough for the both of us." "We shall see." Carfelio stood erect. "Let us seek out Triptomologius." With a crackling and clicking of the knees, Rugholt arose. The 2 walked through the back streets of Avalon to a dark little shop perched on a hill overlooking the Mermile estuary. A slatternly crone with chin and nose almost making contact gave information that Triptomologius had gone out that very morning to set up a booth on the common, that he might sell his wares at the fair. The 2 descended the hill by twisting flights of narrow stone steps, with the crooked old gables of Avalon overhanging. The swaggering young gallant in fine new clothes, and the gaunt man walking with the stiff, careful, bent-kneed tread of a spider. They went out upon the common, since dawn a place of seething activity and many-colored confusion. Early arrivals already hawked their goods. Newcomers established themselves to best advantage amid complaints, chafing, quarrels, invective, and an occasional scuffle. Hawkers set up their tents, driving stakes into the ground with great wooden mauls, and hung bunting of 100 sun-faded hues. Food stalls set their braziers aglow, sausages sizzled in hot grease, grilled fish dipped in garlic and oil was served on slabs of bread. Oranges from the valleys of Dacinet competed in color and fragrance with purple Lyonesse grapes, Wisrod apples, Dout pomegranates, plums, and quince. At the back of the common, trestles demarcated a long, narrow paddock, where the mendicant lepers, cripples, the deranged, deformed, and blind were required to station themselves. Each took up a post from which he delivered his laments. Some sang, some coughed, others uttered ululations of pain. The deranged foamed at the mouth and hurled abuse at the passers-by in whatever style he found most effective. The noise from this quarter could be heard over the whole of the common, creating counterpoint to the music of pipers, fiddlers, and bell-ringers. Carfelio and Rugholt walked here and there, seeking the booth from which Triptomologius sold his essences. Rugholt, uttering low moans of frustration, pointed out heavy purses easily to be taken were it not for his debility. Carfelio halted to admire a team of 2-headed black horses of great size and strength, which had drawn a wagon upon the common. In front of the wagon, a boy played merry tunes on the pipes, while a pretty blonde girl stood by a table directing the antics of 2 cats, which danced to the tunes, prancing and kicking, bowing and turning, twitching their tails in time to the music. The boy finished his performance and put aside the pipes. On a platform in front of the wagon stepped a tall, spare, young-seeming man with a droll face and sand-colored hair. He wore a black mantle displaying druidic symbols, a tall black hat with 52 small silver bells around the brim. Facing the throng, he raised his arms for attention. The girl jumped up to the platform. She was dressed as a boy in white ankle boots, tight trousers of blue velvet, a dark blue jacket with golden frogs on the front. She spoke. "Friends, I introduce to you that remarkable master of the healing arts, Dr. Fidelius." She jumped to the ground, and Dr. Fidelius addressed the throng. "Ladies and sirs, we all know affliction of one sort or another, the pox or boils or hallucinations. Let me state at the outset, my powers are limited. I cure goiter and worm, costive impaction, stricture and bloat. I soothe the itch, I heal the scabies. Especially I mourn the anguish of cracking and creaking knees. Only one who suffers the complaint can know its trouble." As Dr. Fidelius spoke, the girl moved about the crowd selling ointments and tonics from a tray. Dr. Fidelius displayed a chart. "Observe this drawing. It represents the human knee. When injured, as at the blow of an iron bar, the kneecap recedes, the joint becomes a toggle, the leg rasps back and forth like a cricket's wing with clicks and cracking sounds." Rugholt was profoundly stirred. "My knees might serve as models for his discourse," he told Carfilio. "Amazing," said Carfilio. Rugholt held up his hand. "Let us listen." Dr. Fidelius spoke on. "The affliction has its remedy." He picked up a small clay pot and held it on high. "I have here an ointment of Egyptian source. It penetrates directly into the joint and strengthens as it relieves. The ligaments recover their tone. Persons creep into my laboratory on crutches and stride out renewed. Why suffer this debilitation when relief can be almost immediate? The ointment is valuable at a silver florin per jar, but it is cheap when one considers its effects. The ointment, incidentally, carries my personal guarantee." Rugholt listened with fascinated attention. "I must surely put the ointment to a test." "Come along," said Carfilio curtly. "The man is a charlatan. Don't waste time and money on such foolishness." "I have nothing better to waste it on," retorted Rugholt with sudden spirit. "Were my legs once more nimble, I would have money to spare." Carfilio looked askance toward Dr. Fidelius. "Somewhere I have seen that man." "Bah!" growled Rugholt. "It is not you who suffers the pains. You can afford skepticism. I must grasp at every straw. Hey there, Dr. Fidelius, my kneecaps answer your description. Can you bring me relief?" Dr. Fidelius called out, "Sir, come forward. Even from this distance I diagnose a typical condition. It is known as roofer's knee, or sometimes robber's knee, since it often comes from the impact of the knee against roof tiles. Please, step over here, so that I may examine your leg with care. I can almost guarantee you surcease in a very short time. Are you a roofer, sir?" "No," said Rugholt curtly. "No matter. A knee, after all, is a knee. If left untreated, it will eventually turn yellow, extrude bits of decaying bone, and become a source of annoyance. We shall forestall these events. Step over here, sir, behind the wagon." Rugholt followed Dr. Fidelius to the other side of the wagon. Carfilio impatiently turned away and went off in search of Triptomologius, and presently found the necromancer stocking the shelves of his booth with articles brought by dog-cart. The two exchanged greetings, and Triptomologius inquired the reason for Carfilio's presence. Carfilio responded in oblique terms, hinting of intrigues and mysteries which might not be discussed. "Tamurello was to leave a message for me," said Carfilio. "Have you been in late contact with him?" "As lately as yesterday,"
The message made no mention of you. He remains at Faroli.
Then I will make for Faroli with all speed. You must provide me a good horse and 10 gold crowns, for which Tamurello will reimburse you. Triptomologius drew back in shock.
His message told me none of this.
Then send a new message, but be quick about it, as I must depart Avalon at once, tomorrow at the latest. Triptomologius pulled at his long grey chin.
I can spare no more than 3 crowns.
You must make do. What? Must I eat crusts and sleep under the hedge? After a period of undignified wrangling, Carfilio accepted 5 gold crowns, a horse, suitably furnished, and saddlebags packed with provisions of carefully stipulated kind and quality. Carfilio returned across the common. He paused by the wagon of Dr. Fidelius, but the side doors were closed, and no one could be seen, neither Dr. Fidelius, the girl or boy, nor yet Rughalt. Once more at the Black Bull, Carfilio seated himself at a table in front of the inn. He sprawled out his legs, drank the yellow wine of muscat grapes, and reflected upon the circumstances of his life. In recent days his affairs had not gone well. Images thronged his mind. He smiled at some and frowned at others. Thinking of the Dravenshaw ambush, he uttered a small moan and clenched his hand on the goblet. The time had come to destroy his enemies once and for all. In his mind he saw them in the semblance of beasts, snarling curs, weasels, boars, black-masked foxes. Melanchthi's image appeared to him. She stood in the shadows of her palace, nude save for a wreath of violets in her black hair. Calm and still, she looked through him, past and away. Carfilio straightened sharply in his chair. Melanchthi had always treated him with condescension, as if she felt a natural ascendancy, apparently on the basis of the green fume. She had preempted all of Desmi's magical apparatus, allowing him none. From compunction or guilt, or perhaps only to stifle his reproaches, she had beguiled the magician Shimrod, so that Carfilio might plunder his magical appurtenances, which, in any event, due to Shimrod's cunning lock, had brought him no benefit. Upon his return to Tinsinfiral, he must surely— Shimrod! Carfilio's instincts prickled. Where was Rughalt, who had limped forward so confidently to take treatment from Dr. Fidelius? Shimrod! If he had taken Rughalt, who would be next? Carfilio felt cold and his bowels went queasy, as if they needed relief. Carfilio rose to his feet. He looked out across the common. There was no sign of Rughalt. Carfilio cursed between his teeth. He had neither coin nor gold, and would have none till the morrow. Carfilio worked to regain his composure. He drew a deep breath and clenched his fists. I am Fode Carfilio. I am I, the best of the best. I dance my perilous dance along the edge of the sky. I take the clay of destiny in my hands and shape it to my will. I am Fode Carfilio, the nonpareil. With a firm, light step, he set off across the common. Lacking a weapon of any sort, he halted to pick up a broken tent stake, a length of ash something over a foot long, which he concealed under his cape, then proceeded directly to the wagon of Dr. Fidelius. As before, the wagon was closed, but the team of 2-headed horses was hitched to the wagon pole as if in readiness for departure. Carfilio went to the door at the back of the wagon and pressed his ear against the panel. Silence, so far as he could determine, with the noise of the fair behind him. He walked around the wagon and discovered the boy and girl beside a small fire where they toasted skewers of bacon chunks and quartered onion. The girl looked up as Carfilio approached. The boy kept his attention on the fire. Carfilio wondered briefly as to his detachment. A shag of golden-brown curls fell over his face. His features were fine, yet decisive. He was, thought Carfilio, a boy of remarkable distinction. His age was perhaps 9 or 10. The girl was 2 or 3 years older, in the early springtime of her life, as gay and sweet as a daffodil. She looked up to meet Carfilio's gaze. Her mouth drooped, and she became still. She spoke, however, in a polite voice. "Sir, Dr. Fidelius is not here just now." Carfilio came slowly forward. The girl rose to her feet. The boy turned to look in Carfilio's direction. "When will he be back?" asked Carfilio gently. "I think very soon," said the girl. "Do you know where he went?" "No, sir. He had important business, and we were to be ready to leave when he returned." "Well, then, everything is quite in order," said Carfilio. "Jump into the wagon, and we will drive directly to Dr. Fidelius." The boy spoke for the first time. Despite his clear features, Carfilio had thought him pensive or even a trifle daft. He was taken aback by the ring of authority in the boy's voice. "We cannot leave here without Dr. Fidelius, and we are cooking our dinner." "Wait in front, sir, if you will," said the girl, and turned her attention back to the sizzling bacon.